Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. Good morning. The Intergovernmental Affairs meeting will come to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderman Muhammad.
Here.
Alderman Gunther.
Here.
Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Middlebrook.
Present.
Alderman Ryan.
Here.
Chairman Moore.
Here.
5 present. You have quorum.
Excuse me, I'm being advised. John Muhammad, please proceed for me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's order of business is the approval and review of the mayor's recommendations for the Board of Freeholders. We will jump right into it. Madam Mayor or Mr. Chief of Staff, you may approach. Oh, excuse me. I make a motion for the approval of the minutes from July 1st, 2019.
Second.
In a second, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderman Muhammad.
Aye.
Alderman Gunther.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Middlebrook.
Aye.
Alderman Ryan.
Aye.
Chairman Moore.
Aye.
5 aye votes.
Okay, we're going to hear from the mayor. First of all, Madam Mayor, Madam Cruzen, please, it's your floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for being here today. I'm confident that the good citizens that I've brought with me here today represent a broad spectrum of backgrounds and talents in order to serve on the Board of Freeholders, which, as you know, has been required because the petition signatures have been submitted to the election board. The election board has certified the signatures, and therefore, under state law, I appoint 9 members with the Board of Aldermen's approval. The county executive appoints 9 members with the county council's approval, and then the governor has 1 appointment. So that's why we're here today, and that's why we will have a Board of Freeholders. But the folks who are here with me today, and I'll introduce you to them in just one moment if I may, represent a very broad spectrum of backgrounds and talents. Each one of them has volunteered to serve on the Board of Freeholders, to make the time commitment that will be required over the next year, and that will be necessary as a member of the Board of Freeholders. Today, I ask that we look at the city as a whole and make sure that we consider this slate of freeholders as representing our entire city. If I could, I'm just going to introduce them to you real briefly here, and then, of course, you'll...
I'm going to have them to introduce themselves.
Okay, you're going to have them introduce themselves. Great. So, nine members here this morning. I thank you for your consideration. It's very important that the city be represented by a full slate of 9 members, because we certainly don't want to have, 6, 7, or 8 in the city and then have the county have 9. We want to make sure that we have a full slate of nine members. So I appreciate your consideration of each of these members. I think that you will find them all very interested in the future of our city and very interested in representing the various north, south, east, west, racially, occupationally diverse. So I think we have a great slate here. Thank you for letting me bring them to you today. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
For the record, I want each applicant to sign up, to sign in. Have they signed in yet? Anyone else that would like to speak will sign in. I think we need to have their names on record. said you were. I've read your resumes, and I'm very impressed with your resumes. Some of you have some extremely long resumes. Some of you are very brief. But what I don't appreciate and don't like, this is just the chairman's opinion. It has nothing to do with the opinion of the members of the board, is that there was not enough inclusiveness from the north side. And someone has to convince me that there was and there is. Mr. Abdullah is the only one that lives in the 21st ward. And I feel disrespected as a legislator that we were not included in the process of choosing you guys as candidates or applicants for this process. And I've checked with my colleagues, and they seem to think that we were not included, and that it's so almost unnecessary that if we say no, the county moves forward without us and annex the city. I see Eddie turning his head. I don't know what. You'll get a chance to explain that to me, Eddie. But I want you guys, one at a time, starting with Mr. Abdullah, alphabetically, how you got your names, to explain, to give me a brief on yourself and explain why you want to be a freeholder. I've been calling you freeloaders, but I'll change that tone today. But I want you to come up and speak and tell me, and you have 3 minutes. If you go 4 minutes, I'm gonna cut you off. I wish I had a bell to ring like I do during another session, but you have 3 minutes to give me your spiel as to why you want to be a freeholder, when what you think it's about. Start with Mr. Abdullah. You can come forward. Have you got all you guys signed in yet?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there anyone else that's going to speak? You need to sign up. I'm going to tell you like Elizabeth Taylor told her 8th husband, I won't keep you long. Mr. Abdullah.
Yes, sir. Abdul Kabab.
You can have the seat if you like.
Appreciate it.
They set it up like a congressional hearing.
Abdul Kabab Abdullah, 4540 Kingston Court, St. Louis, Missouri, 63115. A little bit about my background. I'm a lifelong resident of St. Louis. Right now, currently, I live in the 21st Ward in the O'Fallon neighborhood. I'm the president of the neighborhood association over there as well. Also grew up in that neighborhood as well as over in Walnut Park. A little bit about my background. Went to Northwest Missouri State for undergrad, went to Webster University for graduate school where I got my master's in management as well as total quality management. My background within the city, for about 8 years, worked for Better Family Life in the workforce development area for them as assistant manager of workforce development. After that, I went to the city of St. Louis for a brief period and worked in the Affordable Housing Commission. Became city manager in the city of Berkeley, Missouri for 3 years, and then became executive director of Park Central Development. So in my current role, I oversee neighborhood development as well as neighborhood revitalization. Working currently in right now, it's about 10 neighborhoods as well as we've going across the Delmar Divide, trying to make sure what's happening in the south of Delmar, that the neighborhoods and the residents that are in the north have those same tools in order to have their own destiny as well as be able to determine their future. So that's what I've done. What I do on a day-to-day basis is community development and build neighborhoods. A little bit, one of the reasons why I want to be on the board of freeholders is very simple. Representation matters, equity matters. When we look at how we're going to engage within this region, we have to make sure that no matter what happens, we have the opportunity to reshape the region and making sure that we have enough voices from not only from North St. Louis, South St. Louis, but from every area of the city. and being able to speak that and represent that particular cohort. And with my background and my expertise, I believe I'm in a great position to be able to say this is how we do there, how we get there, and make sure that our voices are heard. The other piece is when we look at a city, my municipal background with not only with the city and how we begin to make sure that whatever we come up with is something that's going to be very fair, but how does that system work? How does that process work? And ultimately, how is St. Louis City going to continue to benefit from that, but also making sure that as we go and people in North St. Louis, what I consider poor people, black people, underrepresented people are included in that process, and that voice is very loud in the process.
Mr. Abdullah, how do you think and why do you think the contrast between the North and the South at the Delmar Divide of disparity is so visible? What have you been doing about that?
So one of the things one of the reasons I think that is so the despair that you can see such a big contrast. One, I think, is a big part of having some of the tools and having the people that are on the ground within those neighborhoods to have those tools to build those neighborhoods. So one of the things that I've been doing is actually been working within the neighborhoods. So whether it's with Alderwoman Shameen Clark up in the 26th, working with in the 18th, or also working in other neighborhoods, even north, the 21st Ward, to begin, as well as the 3rd Ward and the 2nd as well, to try to begin to give them information and as far as helping them set up those systems so that their neighborhoods can have those same technical resources for community development and neighborhood development. So that's something that I've been doing, my organization has been doing, and it's not something that we charge people. We do it because it's the right thing to do.
I like the Afrocentric name, but that doesn't cover the whole North Side. Were you chose by your alderman?
I did. I wasn't chosen by my alderman. I applied, and Mayor Cruzen selected my application. But as far as I know, my alderman doesn't have a problem with it. I would hope he wouldn't.
Okay. So what do you think about, I feel as a chairman, that the freeholders is a shadow of better together. Can you correct me on that?
So I would say I don't know if I necessarily think that it's a shadow of better together. Being the way that it's proposed in the state constitution, that is the process with better together. I was not, to be honest, I was not a fan of it because one, it didn't allow for the people to really have a voice or to be represented. So I was never a fan of it. I don't believe that you can go around the process, and the process is stated, and I thought that was a way of having people from around the state to determine local issues, and I don't think that's something that should happen. I believe that if this is the process by which we go about it, we can have whatever it is that we want to do as far as creating a government or creating a new system to make sure that the city is able to function and move forward. But I don't, in that sense, I don't think that it's necessarily a shadow of Better Together because that's the process. But I wasn't a fan of Better Together because it went around the established process. And that's my opinion on that.
How do you think this process will improve the North Side especially?
Well, one of the things I think that it'll improve the North Side, to be honest, I think that it will help to put more resources into the North Side. One of the things when we talk about whatever system is created, whatever we come up with, I think it'll give the opportunity to have more resources. So even let's say if there is a city-county merger where St. Louis goes back into St. Louis County, one of the things when you look at some of the resources that it takes to do county functions and municipal functions within St. Louis City, not having that drain on the city's budget to be able to reallocate that money to other areas, I think is something that will definitely help the North Side as well. That's just my opinion from a resource allocation. It'll be more resources to do that.
Well, nothing has helped so far. We're living in disparity and squalor over there on that side of town. And all of you know that my spiel about the North Side, we need help. And we had so many of these types of proposals and projects, and we always baited in your great fishermen about getting jobs, but it never occurred. So with that, I'll turn it over to my committee. And anyone have any questions for Mr. Abdullah? Start with Vice Chair Alderman Woman Tyers.
Good morning, Mr. Abdullah. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Alderwoman.
So that people will know, I know Abdullah personally he's friends with my cousins, so I know him from their weddings and everything else. I
You
also,
have a conflict.
well, no, well,
No, I'm just joking. Go ahead.
I also know him from when he ran for the Democratic Committeeman for the 21st Ward. So sometimes when I know you, that's not a good thing for you because I know too much about you, okay? When I see you listed as an independent, that was the first thing that brings pause for me,
Yes,
okay? When you run as a Democrat, then you say you're an independent, I think that's playing with the way the rules should be. And I think you should be listed as a Democrat. Now, you may have changed since then, but that's a strike against you for me, okay? It should have been that you were a Democrat. And you and I have had many, many conversations, okay? So the other thing I would like to ask you, I know you live across, not only north of Delmar, you live north of Page. Do you think that more than you should be represented north of Page, north of Delmar? Would you be surprised that none of these other people live north of Page and north of Delmar?
A little bit. I think there should be, as much, to me, I'm always going to advocate to have as much representation for North St. Louis and north of Delmar as possible. So I do think that there should be. Yes, ma'am.
That's exclusionary to me, okay? And I've been saying this over and over for any commission, that how is it that we cannot find people from North St. Louis, north of Page? Because I know there are very talented people that live north of Page. And we keep getting these things, and I don't understand why the administration doesn't understand that that's discriminatory to me. Do you and I've had this discussion about it, do you think that's discriminatory to leave a whole part of a city out and have one representative?
I think that there could be more. I think there can be more north of Delmar. I do
Okay.
think that.
And so we have 9 people that are nominated, and only you. And you weren't even nominated by your alderman, is that correct?
I spoke with my alderman. What happened was when they put the process, when they put it out, I was something that I wanted to do. And the reason I wanted to do it was because of my background. I did tell my alderman, yes, I'm gonna apply. I would like your support on it. I would like your support. I did ask him that. Absolutely, I did. And he said he didn't have an issue with supporting me. That's what he said. But as far as nominating and going through him and asking him to nominate me, no, ma'am. It was something I took upon myself to do.
Well, it is my understanding that the alderman from the 17th who you work with is the one that nominated you. Is that correct? Or that encouraged you to run, is that correct?
No, I
seek
reached
the
out.
position.
I reached out when I did it. I reached out to him about advice. Said, "Hey, this is the Board of Freeholders. What do you think about me running?" I reached out to several people about it. I said, "This is something I want to do because of the reshaping." But as far as nominating, I nominated myself. I filled out my application.
But you did reach out to the alderman for the 17th.
The alderman for the 17th, I reached out to Alderman Muhammad. I reached out to other aldermen. I reached out to different people across the city as well. It wasn't just political. It was just, hey, this is something that I want to do. And
It's very political for me, first of all. It is political. The whole government in itself is political. The fact that you would be the token black person in North St. Louis, to me, you should have talked to every alderperson who represents North St. Louis if you're going to be the token. And maybe you did not know that was going to be your position since you didn't do the nominations. But somebody should have made sure that you knew that so that you could have talked to all of us. Because if you're going to be the representative for all of us, then that's a big thing to handle. I sit at this table when nobody's been here longer than me. Nobody. In fact, if you add most of them together, including the mayor wasn't here before I was, okay? So I find that offensive that we just have one nomination from North St. Louis, north of Delmar, and north of Page. And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Alderman Muhammad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, thank you, Abdul, for your interest in...
Alderman Muhammad, hold up a minute. Alderman Bosley, would you come to me, please? Go ahead, Muhammad.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Abdul, for your interest in serving the city of St. Louis, and you are, of course, a valued member of the 21st Ward community. I only have 3 questions, and I will ask every nomination, every person who will receive this nomination the exact same question. Do you support some form of a city and county merger? And if so, what does that look like?
Yes. So at the very least, what I do support, one, it has to make sense. That's the first thing. But I do support at some point, at the very minimum, St. Louis City going back into St. Louis County as some type of, as a municipality, at the very least. As far as what if having a metro government, that's something that I would support, but it would have to be right. It would have to be something that made sense. So, and to having those details, I couldn't say if I would support the final proposal on that.
Thank you. My next question is, do you believe that 3 out of 9 are African American that will serve on this board? Do you believe that is equitable?
No, I think there could be more.
Thank you. My last question is, what is the biggest, in your opinion, what is the biggest problem affecting St. Louis's regional fractured government?
Well, one, I think it's the way in which we approach government. I think that anytime you have a city that's been around for so long, we have to reshape it. One, I look at it, always come at it from a service standpoint. And when you talk about people don't care about, who's in office. Some people do, but the majority of people want their trash cans emptied, clean streets, and they want safe neighborhoods. So a lot of it, in my opinion, is the way in which we deliver municipal services across the city, and that is a big portion of it. In my opinion, that's one of the biggest things that are affecting us, in my opinion.
Hey, thank you. I have no further questions. I also want to make this correction because I seen a couple of members' heads look when I said 3 out of 9. I said 3 out of 9 because I'm asking him if the other 3 members outside himself is fair enough. I know that the mayor has appointed 4 African Americans, which I don't think is enough in a city that is majority African American. Thank you, Mr. Abdul. I have no further questions. Again, thank you for being a part of the 21st Ward.
Thanks.
Alderman Gunther.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Abdullah. I also have worked with the gentleman sitting in front of us for a number of years and think that he is a wonderful person to be able to not only be able to offer some ideas to how this process can go, how the Board of Freeholders would come together, but also the fact that he has worked as a city manager, I think is important when we look at how we're going to restructure or how we could possibly restructure things. So my questions were kind of similar to the alderman from the 21st, but I did want to ask, because I'm sure everyone in the room read the entire Better Together report and had some things in there that thought like they were decent ideas. So my question is, from your experience as in community development, your experience as a city manager, and having probably read the Better Together report, what are 1 or 2 of the things that you think would make the most direct impact on changing the way that our city and county works together? Whether that be, you just mentioned your services, but obviously trash and kind of, streets, municipal services, sort of things like that would be a little more difficult to bridge together. But kind of a grander scheme, what do you think would be something that could really impact the way that the city and county work together?
Well, the easy thing, the low-hanging fruit, is on the economic development front, and we have to look at it when we look at this economic development as regionally. And although you have your different planning agencies in St. Louis City and St. Louis County, there has to be some type of comprehensive plan for this region from an economic development standpoint, and then how we begin to deliver that and get it ultimately onto what I call the neighborhood level, where you got people opening up stores and you get, opening up stores and needing that support. So I think that's one of the things is you definitely unifying what I call the systems, and that's the one is economic development. I think that's extremely important on that side. So I think also when you talk about economic development, how we can begin to really deliver some comprehensive programs that are going to help blacks, minorities, women, in order to get more access to that capital stack to open up the businesses. We have not in this region, in St. Louis City or St. Louis County, been able to deliver that, and I think that's something that that's to our detriment. I definitely do. So I think on the economic development side, that is the low-hanging fruit, because it's all about economics at some point and getting enough money so you can begin to deliver these services. Us being a low tax, low service city, you know, some of the things I do on my day-to-day job, you know, other cities do those things in different places, but we don't, so.
Yeah. And then there's going to be a handful of questions I think aren't specifically addressed to the applicants or the people that are on the commission, but I'm hoping that maybe we'll be able to speak with the mayor again later on just general questions about this whole process, or the counselor or someone. So, I think you're actually a great addition to this board, and I wish you luck. So.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Boyd.
Hello, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Alderman?
My question is, what are the county laws on minority inclusion for workforce development that you feel that we need to focus on in regards to this whole freeholders, better together process?
So as far as with minority and inclusion, as far as their ratios, I want to say, I can't remember off the top of my head. I know in most places it's 25, but to 25%. I believe that that's it. Anytime there's some type of contract, to me, I personally believe that if whatever the population of a city is, if a city is 40% or 50% minority, whatever that ratio is that should be what those levels are. So if it's 40% of the city is African American, 40% is women, that in its inclusion laws or having its executive orders, that's what it should actually reflect, in my opinion.
Okay, and so I'm hearing that you feel that you're trying to work to dissolve the divide from north and south. And so I know you specifically, most of the areas that you cover is South St. Louis. So how do you see changing that? And if you appointed to this position, how would you see to make that divide smaller or improved?
Yes, ma'am. One of the things that I would propose would be when you talk about city planning or or county planning, to make sure that, and some things are budget pieces, but one of the things that I would recommend would be to put more money into planning for these neighborhoods north of Delmar. So even some of the work that I've been able to do north of Delmar in a short time, because we've given the people the tools in order to organize in their neighborhoods, organize in their communities. They've been able to make a big jump. So for instance, in the 26th Ward, what they're doing in Academy Sherman Park, because we began working in that neighborhood, giving them the tools that they need in order to come up with different neighborhood plans, different things that they can actually implement, and empowering them, not having people from the outside come. That's something that we're beginning to see neighborhoods not only become very active, but also beginning to change. So one of the things that I would focus on would be, not when people say community development, it would be community development, but it would be neighborhood place-based initiatives in our economic development system and planning.
Okay, so you target, say for instance, what I'm hearing you saying in the 26, they don't have a plan. And so you came in to help them create a plan to rebuild their neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am. We're in the process of helping them to actually do that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so it's a lot of communities in North St. Louis, they have plans. So how would you see to assist them in making sure those plans are succeeded? Because what the issue is, and I think pretty much everybody on this panel feels and believes, the issue is North St. Louis doesn't have the support to implement the plans that they have already in place. And so the city, county, I don't see how that's going to help those communities, because at the end of the day, and I've said it continuously, we're always the, oh, by the way, we forgot about you, the communities. And so you have black communities that's over there in North Quarter that have plans, and they just don't have the support to get the plans implemented to do the work that needs to be done. So that's where I'm asking you, as a potential member of that freeholders, how would you all look to make that happen?
So this is me personally, so some things are gonna come down to budget allocation in which, I'm not sure if that's something that's gonna be within our within our lens to say, if you have a budget that you have to start allocating X amount of dollars, So if let's say we create a department, let's say of a neighborhood community development division, and their job is to go in and actually implement and do these things, we can do that. I mean, that's something that we could maybe do. I'm open to anything, but I think that's something that we could possibly do. But what would happen is at some point, you still would need to have people that are doing those particular things on the ground. So some of it is actually getting those technical experts, in my opinion, into those neighborhoods, to actually do some of that work with not only the community, but the local elected official in there, where they're doing that every day when they wake up on the ground. Some of it is also how we do our CDCs, the way they look. So if you look at the community development community here, we're still operating off of the old block grant model where somebody got $300,000 to the different CDCs. That model is no longer there. So that community development infrastructure that you would need to help, on a day-to-day basis to build these neighborhoods, it's just not there. So what we would have to do would be to find another source to be able to fund those initiatives, whether it's through, I'm just using the Affordable Housing Commission, although it's used for affordable housing, it's used for community revitalization. At some point, if you have some type of fund or some type of source that can fund those pieces from local dollars or from other initiatives, you can put that money back into the neighborhood infrastructure or into that community development infrastructure so that you got people who are working with the people in the community in order to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all you have, Alderman? Yes, sir. It is amazing to me what goes on in this city. And I love the mayor. I love the police chief. And I love the Judge Jimmy Edwards, but what love got to do with it? We are suffering on the north side. And you are able, man, you go to Joe Rody's ward and help Joe Rody out. What happens in our ward? It looks like all of the block grant funding should come to the most disparate neighborhoods. What do you think has occurred to make us look like we look?
To be honest, I don't have the answers for it. Some I know, some things that I do know. Some
You
of
know
it.
about Team 4?
Yeah, I've heard of Team 4. Yes, sir.
You think it has anything to do with it?
To be honest, in some ways, yes, some ways, no. I think when people talk Team 4, some of it, when you talk about a plan, I've heard that it's a plan that has taken place, to basically depopulate North St. Louis and take resources out to drop the land value. So I don't know. I just simply don't know. I don't have the background of
But I
it.
want people on this panel to know because we are suffering and we're crying out and we're here disgruntled because we're not involved and included in this process and not represented. And it's always that, like someone just said, oh, by the way, we forgot about you. I'm tired of being forgotten about. I don't want to sing Kumbaya, we shall overcome, and we're going to get a job later on. We want to be included in our destiny. I have an alphabetical division, and you work with some of my people on the development of my ward from A to H. And it looked like as soon as I got that together and found a way for us to start developing portions of my community, this come about. But I'm not going to take up all the time because I got to get on the highway. Alderwoman Middlebrook.
Thank you for coming out. All of my questions have been answered, so no questions at this time.
Alderman Middlebrook, you said you had no questions?
Questions?
Okay. Alderman Lorraine.
Thank you. So just a few questions. First of all, thank you for coming out. You have a very impressive resume, and I want to say I appreciate the work you've done with Better Family Life. As Ms. Tyus pointed out earlier, your party affiliation changed. Was there some change of heart at some point there, or?
Yeah, so it was a couple of things. One, when I ran for committee man, running for a committee man, I ran for it after that point in time. Even with my new employer, in my contract that I have, it states that I can't run for public office. I can't have any type of affiliation from a professional standpoint. Also, I didn't know at the time, and some of it was some ignorance on my part. Even when I ran for committee man as a city manager, my association contacted me and told me that city managers are not supposed to have any type of political affiliation. So I could actually got kicked out of the International ICMA, International City Managers Association. So at that point, after the election was over with, and it was to the point where I just have not declared a party. I don't plan on declaring a party. For me, it's more so at this point about ideals that I identify with versus a political party.
Gotcha. Thank you. So then, excuse me, I know that this process is quite different than the Better Together process, and I'm not trying to put this in the shadow of Better Together, but I did have a whole lot of conversations with my constituency regarding certain issues with merger, and so I think that they're appropriate to bring up here. It was just put out, I believe earlier today or yesterday, that the Clayton School District, which borders my ward, is now the best public school district in the state of Missouri. Under a merger, you said that you supported St. Louis, the city of St. Louis coming into the county as a municipality. Would you be committed to ensuring that students in the city of St. Louis would have access to some of those St. Louis County schools, particularly the special schools?
Yeah, so that's something that I would certainly be open to. The thing is, my kids go to St. Louis public schools, so I want the best schools for my neighborhoods that my kids can go to. So I'm certainly committed to looking at that, you know. And again, it has to make sense. If it doesn't make sense, then it doesn't make sense. But it's something I certainly would be open to looking at.
And then I guess the last question that I have really is another thing that came up under the previous proposal was that the city of St. Louis has certain protections in place for our LGBTQ plus population that the county does not have. Under a situation where the city became a municipality of the county, would you be committed to ensuring that then St. Louis County would keep those protections in place for our population?
Yes, I would. I don't believe you can legislate morality on people. You know, it's our job as government to allow people to make their own choices and to be able to pursue that, you know, in a safe place. But that is something that I'm totally committed to.
I have nothing further. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All righty. Ms. Flood, Bridget Flood, thank you. Hold on. I have one other question for you, Ms. Abdullah.
Excuse me. I wanted to address your response about economic development would be better if we merged the city and the county. You are aware that we did merge the city and the county economic development with SLDC. You are aware of that?
Yeah, we did some functions, yes, ma'am.
Right, and so under that whole organization has come the great Steve Stinger divide and misuse of funds, and I voted against it when it happened, and I haven't seen in the years, and I came back here in 13, I've seen that the county has gotten things done. I still don't see anything that has been done in the city, and specifically North St. Louis, even with the merger. So I guess I don't understand why you think that would be such a great idea based on the track record we already have of merging the economic function. Why you don't know that the real reason it doesn't get done is because Room 200 doesn't want it to get done. When I came here in 1991, I had a person in Room 200 that was willing to work with me to get things done in North St. Louis. Thus, you don't live that far from me. The Snooks, Walgreens, everything that I put up there was from people in Room 200 that wanted that to happen, okay? And when they don't want it to happen, they don't put any resources into it, and be it Room 200 or a bigger thing, if we don't have people working to get things done in our community, it goes away. So when you look at the STL combination with the city and the county, I don't see where you get that it will be better for us economically to do economic development based on what we're already seeing. So can you explain that to me, please?
Sure. Some of it, I think, too, is the system. We're stuck right now in the way that the city of St. Louis, we currently operate. I think one of the benefits of having a city manager form of government is that it removes it removes a lot of that into a professional manager. I'm an advocate of that. So some of it is the type of government that we ultimately have. So in the city manager form of government, there becomes a balance between, not only the board or the county council, but the board of aldermen and the mayor, but also some of those functions around services, economic development, and those decisions get put into. It gets taken out, if you will. As you said before, everything's political, but in some ways, it depoliticizes the process because you have that professional manager who are pushing those pieces and coordinating that. So I think some of it is just the way in which we're currently operating, but not just thinking of saying, okay, this is the way St. Louis City operates now. No, it has to be how we need to operate to make sure that you have a system where you can push those things through. That's my opinion on that.
And it is at your understanding that if under this freeholders plan that we would set up, I know the freeholders plan can supersede the charter, ordinances, and laws, but it cannot amend the Constitution, and it cannot override general laws passed by the legislature. Are you familiar with that, or do you understand that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're saying that if we merge, do you have some type of merger in your mind right now that would happen?
No, ma'am, I don't. I don't at all.
And have you ever, well, you've been involved in city, because you worked out at Berkeley. Like I said, I know too much about you, okay? But in your position as city manager, so you got to get familiar with city services and things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
And so do you have ideas about how we could make city services better here in the city of St. Louis? I know living in North St. Louis, anything will be better.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I have ideas on how we could make city services better. Some of it requires the way in which we structurally operate. Some of it requires. Some of it is a system piece, and I think because of the current system that we have, not only in St. Louis City, but even in St. Louis County, you have things that work and don't work. So that's why, at the very least, on the county services side, which is what I really focus on, is how do we begin to make sure that those services get delivered properly. And I think that's one of the, like I say, low-hanging fruits from that side, and then you work your way down.
So you worked for a black mayor, that's
Yes.
correct? And there was not, hopefully, that systemic racism, and that, because I know North County also gets that whole thing of it. That's North County, and then that's what they do with North St. Louis too. So you did have a little bit different structure than you might be working with the city of St. Louis. Thank you very much. I appreciate your answers.
Ms. Bridget Ford, Flood. Are you indicating the Kurt? This is a joke.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Just joking.
Well, it's good to start with a joke. I'm more optimistic now.
I'll enjoy it once. Tell us about yourself and about.
Well, my name is Bridget McDermott Flood, and I'm a Democrat. I've been a Democrat since I was 5, when I helped campaign for President Kennedy. So I've been a Democrat for a long time. I live in the Holly Hills neighborhood, right across the street from Carondelet and Dutchtown. I've lived 5 blocks from where I live now most of my life. I am the executive director of the Incarnate Word Foundation, which is sponsored by the Sisters of Charity of the Incarnate Word. I'm not used to testifying like this, so this is a new experience. I've been at that job for 22 years. Before that, I worked for the Archdiocese at the Today and Tomorrow Foundation, which raises money primarily for scholarships for the Catholic city schools. I've been married for 43 years, and my husband is Mike Flood. He was a neighborhood stabilization officer for about 20 some odd years. He's retired now, very happily retired. I have 2 daughters. I have a master's degree in urban affairs from St. Lucie University. I am familiar with the Team 4 report. That was out about 10 years before I went to graduate school, or maybe 15 years. I don't know what else I can say. I have a pottery studio in the Carondelet neighborhood in a little building I rehab, so I'm an artist. But I think I'll leave it open for your questions.
How did you find out about this process?
I found out about this process because I had been following the Better Together process from the beginning. I was very interested in what they were doing. I didn't go to any of their meetings or participate in any way in their stuff, but I followed it. And then I saw the announcement about the Board of Freeholders that the Municipal League was pursuing that, and so I kind of followed that. So that's how I found out about it. I've just been kind of interested in this all along.
So what do you compare this to Better Together?
Well, I would be optimistic, at least, that we would do this in a much more open and inclusive sort of way. I had a lot of issues with lack of transparency with Better Together. I had issues with what I saw the disenfranchisement of the people in the city of St. Louis, particularly where that municipal board was concerned, because the other cities that were going to be in the county still kept their city structure. But then we would have this municipal board, which my understanding, and I'm not an expert by any means, but my understanding was those people would not even be elected, but they would be responsible for making a lot of important decisions about the people who live in the city of St. Louis. So I had some concerns. So I'm familiar with it.
What ward, and were you chosen by your alderperson?
I think, I should have looked up the ward map. I think I'm in the 13th ward. Beth Murphy is the alderwoman. I do know that. But I wasn't chosen by her. I didn't realize that.
Have you consulted her about it?
No.
You didn't think there was a need to do that?
Well, honestly, that didn't really occur to me, because I guess I view this as more of a responsibility to all the people in St. Louis, not just the people in my particular ward or neighborhood. But I guess I could get in touch with her if I need to do that. I'd be happy to talk to her.
I think it's a little late for that. The
Yeah.
leadership is being ignored, and that's the way I feel about it, that we're being disrespected. And the leadership is being ignored, and you guys are going past. You have a lot of power that's being given you to conduct consolidation and all the other things that are in this bill. And I think we're a little disturbed because we're not involved in the process, and we're not notified. I know I wasn't notified. If I was, I'm going to get on my secretary. Her name is Tracy. So if you see it in the paper where the alderman got belligerent with Tracy, you know why I did it. I'm going to have the panel to ask you questions. Alderman Muhammad.
The vice chair. It's the vice chair. I'm sorry, sir.
Excuse me, sir. I know he meant Alderwoman Tyus. Ms. Flood.
I'm sorry, my mic is not on.
Ms. Flood, I like your qualifications. When did you get your Master's in Urban Affairs? My husband actually has a Master's in Urban Affairs from St. Louis University. What year? Do you know?
1980.
1980, okay. He did it. So you guys went to school together. I'm trying to think. He got his in 77. Okay, and you talked about, so I know what that entails because we were using typewriters still then. And so I actually helped write his thesis, okay? And help type it, not write it. You talked about open and inclusive, that you didn't like that with Better Together. What do you define as inclusiveness?
Well, I would say a number of things. I don't mean to be negative, but honestly, what I like about the Board of Freeholders process is that people are appointed, people are accountable to elected people, as opposed to Better Together, where a group of people just kind of decided to do this. And I'm sure that they had good intentions, at least I hope they did, but I don't believe that the way that plan was developed by a very small group of people, primarily by the staff, that's my understanding, and then there was a group of people that kind of went out to promote the plan, is how things should be done. I believe that, and my interest in this honestly, is how do we get the voices of all people heard? Young people, old people, people of different racial backgrounds, people of different ethnicities, because it's a city that involves all of us. And that's my primary interest, is having an open process. I've already talked to a few people I bumped into, and I always say, well, what's your best idea? And people who know far more about different areas than I do have opinions. We need to hear all those opinions, so we come up with something that works for our city.
So you said your husband was the NSO for a lot of years?
He was.
So then he was back when we first started NSOs, because they used to be conserve officers.
Yes.
And neighborhood stabilization officers, right. Okay, so he has a lot of information about how the city runs also.
He does. He has a lot of opinions.
Right. Okay, I won't go to what I was was in my mind. And so in your inclusiveness, you talked about that. Do you think it's inclusive to have only one person from North St. Louis represent all of the city of St. Louis?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Do you have any ideas specifically of what you would like to see, how you would like to see the Board of Freeholders operate, or any kind of plan that you specifically have in mind?
Well, you know, one thing I thought of this the other day. I thought that because there are so many different areas the Board of Freeholders could address, having additional committees of people who would work on the specific issues. Like, for example, a friend of mine I talked to, she was like, you know, you could do some things with the city and county health department. They work together already. Well, why wouldn't we tap, not the usual people, but people from the community who have worked in those capacities, and get their ideas about what would they like to see in terms of health, what would they like to see in terms of jobs, economic development, housing, all these different areas, so that we can broaden the reach of the committee, because it's only 19 people who aren't going to be experts on everything. So have these subcommittees, these working groups, and then also, obviously, you would need to have a lot of community meetings, but you know, I think having some additional working groups where we can get more and more people engaged would be a good idea.
And do you see the Board of Freeholders going all over the city once they came up with a plan promoting that idea?
Well, definitely.
I have no further questions.
Alderman Muhammad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most of my questions were already asked by the Alderman from the First Ward, but I do have a couple of questions. In your bio, it says that you served as a special assistant to the mayor for the Commission on Children, Youth, and Families, the Special Task Force on Youth Violence Prevention, and the Mayor's Committee for After School for All. Under what mayoral administrations was all these under?
I think all of them would have been under Mayor Slay. I think he was also the mayor when we did the After School for All. That was done more with like a community after school group, so I don't remember if he was mayor when that started or not. I think so, though. I mean, he was mayor for a pretty long time, so I think so.
Okay. And I noticed at the beginning when you started speaking, the alderman from the 4th asked you what ward you stay in. In your bio, it lists that you are a member of the 13th ward under Alderwoman Beth Murphy. It's a little interesting that you didn't know who the alderwoman was, and that
Oh, no, I know who
concerns
my
me.
alderwoman was. I just get mixed up about the number.
Okay.
I was just nervous. Sorry. I mean, I've met Beth Murphy. We're doing a project, St. Joseph Housing, and that impacts numerous wards in that part of the city, and a little bit of her ward is part of St. Joseph Housing. So I saw her, I don't know, I guess about a year and a half ago when we announced the project.
The St. Joseph Housing Initiative.
Yes.
What wards are all included in that initiative?
So I can give you the names of the alder people, because I'm not sure of all the numbers. So it would be Sarah Martin from Crown of Lead. It would be Beth Murphy, because she has a little bit of Dutchtown. It would be, oh gosh, I'm going to forget her name. The alderwoman for the Bevo area.
Carol
Howard. Is that
Carol
right?
Howard.
And Dan Gunther. And I think Kara Spencer has about 5 blocks. And then Shane Cohen. So it's a lot. So the housing project right now is working in Dutchtown, and we're planning to work in North St. Louis. I just applied for a $100,000 grant from our sister's health system in Texas. And fingers crossed we will get that money by November. And we're looking at partnering with Rankin Technical School to build new houses in North St. Louis. In South St. Louis, in Dutchtown, we're rehabbing houses. But in North St. Louis, we'll probably build new, because so much has been torn down, so there's not as much to rehab in the parts where we're looking.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have to demolish homes because it is so hard to bring in developers in our side of town, and we don't get any help from SLDC, which is the economic development arm for the city. So it's very difficult, so we are left with no option but to demolish buildings. It also says that you worked with RECON, an initiative to address racial disparities in St. Louis. Can you tell me what was that like? Can you give me your experiences working with that initiative?
Yes, the Recon Initiative is really about dialogue, and Sister Helena in our office works on it pretty much exclusively. She's one of our retired sisters. And so what we've been doing is we've been bringing speakers. We are in the process of sending a group of high school students, teams of high school students, to Jackson, Mississippi. That's in late October, early November. There's a weekend that Christy Griffin, I don't know if any of you know the Ethics Project, where she's put together civil rights leaders. Andrew Young's going to be there, young people from around the country to talk about racial issues. Then we're going to come back to St. Louis and have a racial equity day with those students about responsible use of social media that has to do with racism, bullying, that sort of stuff. We're supporting the summit that the Forward Through Ferguson people are doing out with Washington University. I think they're holding that at UMSL. That's in a couple weeks. So it's basically how do we create dialogue around that topic, civil discourse around that topic. We have a long way to go before we can get to any kind of reconciliation, because we've got a lot of things that we need to talk through before that's even on the horizon, I think. So it's mainly a dialogue program.
And with dialogue and the need for proper and transparent communication, would you bring that same focus to this Board of Freeholders group?
Well, as I said, that's one of my main interests in being a part of this, because, you know, to me, if this is ever going to go anywhere and pass with the voters, it needs to be an open, transparent process that people trust, that people feel like their voice will be heard. Otherwise, we're just kind of back at the starting place again.
And just for overall clarification, this is my last question, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification. You support some form of a merger?
Well, I don't know if I would call it a merger. I support trying to come up with ways to more effectively use resources to help low and moderate income families. That's one of my big things. So to me, you know, I'll give you an example. This is a small example, but the city of St. Louis has a children's fund at the Mental Health Board. The county has a children's services fund. Our fund has about $7 million in it. I think the county's fund is at least 2, if not 3 times that. I think it would benefit us as a city if that money were applied regionally, because we have a lot more need than the county. Our young people have a lot more need. So if we can consolidate that, it seems to me that would benefit the people who live in the city of St. Louis and low and moderate income families, because people move back and forth over the border. So you move to the county, you can get these services. You live in the city, you can't. That's crazy. I mean, that's just a small example. I think that looking at the health department, I would look at the easier things first before I would do some sort of draconian effort. But that's just my opinion.
Now, with you mentioning those two examples, couldn't we also just collaborate on certain things like we already do in the city, like the museum district? We collaborate on MSDC. Supposedly, we collaborate with the St. Louis Economic Partnership. Can we just do that instead of trying to figure out a whole new way to revamp government?
Well, with the Children's Services Fund, they do collaborate, but they really can't spend money across the border. They can't, by the legalities of how that's set up. I think collaboration is important, but I also think that there might be ways to recognize efficiencies if we actually put some things legally together. I don't know what those things are yet, because honestly, I would want to see the factual information before I kind of start making this up as I go along. But I do think that we need to look at this very carefully. I think we need to look at how does this impact the people in our city, because we're here to represent the interests of the people of the city of St. Louis.
And that's what I'm getting at. I just want to be absolutely positive that, and I'm sorry, you're catching most of my questions because I already know Abdul. So me and him have had conversations about this, continuously for the last 2 years. Do you think that you can represent all of St. Louis on this board? Will you be a vivid voice and representation for North St. Louis? Do you understand the plight and the issues that affect North St. Louis?
I would say this, I would go out of my way to fairly represent everyone. Do I know everything there is to know about North St. Louis? No, I don't. Have I spent a lot of time up there in the past 22 years? Yes, I have. I think that the economic disparities are something that it took hundreds of years to create. It's going to take a while to undo them. But in justice, we have to, because I mean, I'll be quite candid. The things that I see in North St. Louis, my neighbors would put up with for about 5 minutes.
That's correct.
Now, why is that? How do we rectify that? How do we allocate resources equitably, which doesn't mean dividing things, I probably shouldn't say this to all of you, 28 ways. Because the needs where I live are very different from the needs where other people live, like where you live. I'm very familiar with your area because we've done some funding up in your neighborhood. And your neighborhood was built Penrose O'Fallon was built about the same time as the neighborhood where I live. The style of housing is the same. If you go to Crondelet Park and you go to O'Fallon Park, the boathouses are identical. I remember the day I saw that and I was like, wow, they're identical. But why is it that a house in my neighborhood is worth 4 times what a house in your neighborhood's worth? This is crazy. This is crazy. This is called continual disinvestment. It's called continual neglect, and that's something that needs to change. And I think that anything we do needs to benefit all residents. It doesn't just benefit my pet concern is, we keep pouring resources into the Central Corridor. What about, like, parts of Dutchtown? There are parts of Dutchtown that are really, really falling apart, and that's the part that's majority African American. The further west you go in Dutchtown, the more the property values go up. You go across Grand, there's a bump, but the further you get towards Gravois and over there, totally different. Dutchtown is a totally different neighborhood than when you're over at, pick somewhere, Alaska and Itasca. So, but I probably am going on too long, so.
No. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for recognizing those problems.
Alderman Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Bridget. I think those were some of the most honest answers, and absolutely the same thing that a lot of us see, not only disparities of north-south, but disparities in our own neighborhoods and in our own wards. And so someone that spent 22 years working on them, I think that, you know, absolutely kudos to you for having the best experience, I think, in this, from the south side of the city to be able to bring to the table for this process. So also wanted to thank you for the most extensive application of the whole group. And I think that any member of this board that took the time to read through your resume here can see that you have been working across lines in this city and across lines between the city and the county for many, many years. So I thank you for that. You already touched on a few of the questions that I had, because with our relationship of working together on projects having to do with housing, so you've kind of touched on that. I could not be more happy with the way you have involved all of the local elected officials, many of the stakeholders in the Dutchtown area, not just Incarnate Word Foundation, but bringing Kransberg Arts to the table, bringing a number of different stakeholders to the table to really try to develop housing in there, in that area. And I think that anyone in North City would be blessed to have someone like Bridget working on these projects across across the city. So, but the question that I do want to ask for you, because you have a whole lot of experience also with education, and for me personally, and for a lot of my residents, when the Better Together plan was brought out, when we all looked at this, 400-page report, and we got pretty much a big goose egg on education. What are some of your ideas? And obviously this was the one that even for the group Better Together, they pretty much their paragraph was, this is too big of a subject for us to tackle, so we'll just, pump the ball down the field here. But I just would like to hear some of your ideas on that, because you do have such experience in working with youth and working in education. So any ideas on how we can maybe do something for education?
I don't know enough about the legalities of merging school districts, because obviously the ideal would be to have one school district, because school districts are based on property taxes. So if you're in a little district like Clayton, you mentioned the Clayton School District, they have all sorts of money to spend, and then you get to St. Louis City Public Schools, and we don't have as much money, and we have a lot more need. Our students are dealing with a lot more trauma in their lives. But it seems to me that, one thing, I would like to look at least, if we can't get it all the way over the goal line, is to look at the special school district. How is there a way that St. Louis City could become part of the special school district? Because I've known people who have moved to the county because their kids have special needs, and the school district in the city of St. Louis is so swamped, it's very difficult for them to meet the needs of these students. So is there a way to do something like that? I have no idea. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't know all the parameters of what we can and can't do, but that would be something I would be very interested in looking at.
So then going back to your original kind of talking point about by being a member of this board, 19-member board, that would obviously be one of the first working groups that you would say we have to establish. I mean, that's pretty much, you would agree that would be the commitment, and I think also the special school districts would be something that I have people moving on my ward because they have kids that have special needs. So so that would be one of the first working groups you would propose, I guess.
Definitely. I mean, I don't think anybody can know everything. And so when I don't know something, I go to the people who do know and ask them. The other thing I would really want to be looking at is workforce development, because everywhere I go, people are talking about how people want jobs. People want to work. Kids want to work. I heard a terrible story the other day, actually in your neighborhood, of a young man who came into a small neighborhood agency and said to the executive director, I need to find a job. This guy's 18 years old. I need a job. She's like, what do you do now? Well, I was selling pot. If I do that, I can go to jail. So I've quit doing that. Now I'm selling guns. That's what I'm doing for a living. And she's like, what? And I, of course, naively thought, well, that's illegal. But it's not. And so but the important part of that story isn't that piece. The important part is he wants a job. He wants to work. He wants to do something else, but there isn't anything in his community that he can do. I don't know if it's an educational issue. I don't know if it's a lack of available jobs in the neighborhood, but he wants to work. So I think an important thing would be to look at, how do you look at workforce development in the city and the county? Are there ways to merge that function? Because in other cities, when we started STL Youth Jobs, I was part of that, we looked at other cities around the country, and their WIA boards were really strong.
Yep.
You know, they had these things like a PIC and a WIA board, all this stuff. How are we doing that here, and is there a way to merge those functions so that we can have stronger employment opportunities for our young people in these neighborhoods? Because access to employment is what I think it helps people attach to the mainstream economy. And if we can do that, we can solve some of these other problems, or they won't even occur because people will have money and they won't be poor.
Thank you very much. Yes, I would just say that I am extremely pleased that you are one of the names on this board, so thank you for your service.
Well, thank you.
Alderman Ryan.
Thank you. And to echo Mr. Gunther's sentiment, this is a very impressive resume, and I think you come across as a very qualified applicant, which I appreciate you coming down here and doing this, as well as the work that you've been doing over the last few decades. It's great to see people that engaged in making our city a better place. So my colleagues have touched on pretty much everything, excuse me, that I would ask, other than ultimately, I know that you said that you support ways to effectively use resources, not necessarily a merger. Would you be opposed to merger?
Well, that depends. I mean, it depends on what they're talking about doing. I mean, it's kind of hard to speculate. Was I opposed to the way Better Together did it? Yes. Because as I said before, I felt like it I felt like not only did it disenfranchise voters, but it treated city residents like we didn't really have a lot of sense about us, that we couldn't vote for the people who were going to be representing us on the municipal board. That was a huge sticking point for me, that we didn't get to vote for who the mayor of the new mega, whatever it was, Super St. Louis. I couldn't even figure out if we were going to be called St. Louis for a while. I kept saying to my husband, do you think this means that we're not even going to be the city of St. Louis anymore? He's like, no, I don't think that's on the table. But that you couldn't even get an answer. Because I wrote several times, and I did get an answer about one question. I had a question about the city water department, because we've got such a great water department, and the water is very affordable for city residents. The county has metered water. I think that's something that needs to be looked at. It's those little details, and it's also a huge asset. So I was concerned about that with the Better Together thing, but I was primarily concerned about why we didn't get to vote for those people, and they never answered me. And I kept trying. I mean, I did. I was pretty persistent, but they never answered me. So to me, we need to answer people when they ask questions. We need to treat people with respect. And so I don't know what the merger would look like. So I can't really say whether I think it's a good idea or not, because I don't know enough about what would be proposed.
So you would say that ultimately you're coming into this with a pretty open mind on what an outcome may be then?
Yeah, I would
Okay.
say so.
And then my colleague to my left asked the school question, which I will probably be asking most of you. And I really appreciate your answers there. The last of my concerns, again, I'll probably ask most of the applicants. Again, the city of St. Louis has some protections in place for our LGBTQ residents that St. Louis County doesn't necessarily have. Would you be committed to making sure that those residents were protected regardless of a merger or, a borough, however the heck we ultimately end up working this out or not working it out? Would you be committed to making sure that their interests were protected?
Absolutely. I'm committed to protecting the interests of all the residents.
Well, I have nothing further. Thank you so much.
Ms. Tyus?
I love your answers. You did go to school with my sister. I'm not my sister, my husband. He graduated in January '79 at the old Center of Urban Affairs before St. Louis.
The Center for Urban Programs.
Yes,
with
right.
Dr. Wendell. What
Right,
was his
Dr.
name?
Wendell. His name is Sterling Miller. In fact, he went to school with Dr. Wendell's children.
I know him
Right.
from many years ago.
But I want to correct something. And this, I used to be, before I was gerrymandered, I used to be the chair of Intergovernmental Affairs many, many years ago. And at that time, Mr. Roth was the president, chair of the police board. And the police kept saying that they had to move out the city because when they had special children and special needs, they couldn't get any help, and so that's why they needed to move out the city. They've been doing this for a long time. Right in this very place, we brought the school board in and debunked that theory. So what happens when you have special needs children? And you can call the school board. We brought the superintendent and all the members of the board. Wayman Smith was a member of the board. Mr. Roth was the chair then, police, but we also brought the Board of Education. And what they will do is if they don't have the services to serve your child, they will pay for your child to go out to the county and also pay for them to have a ride. So when I hear people say that their special needs children cannot get services in the St. Louis public schools, that's just not true, because they either get it in the St. Louis public schools or we pay to send them out. And so that way you can go click on and Google it and you'll see, because I got so sick and tired of the police putting that misinformation out. So I don't like to put misinformation out about our public schools. They either will provide it or they will pay for it. So your child gets extra special care, just to let you know.
Oh,
Okay?
that's good to know, because I've known people who have moved because of that.
Because they didn't know.
Yeah, because they were trying, when I was at the diocese, they were really pushing the diocese to do more of an inclusion model, because they had, at that time, schools that were the special schools, and there were people I knew who moved because of that.
Oh,
So-
the police were saying that, but that's just not true.
Well, that's good to know.
Okay, thank you. And I want to say you do give great answers and you're truthful, and I think that you gave a wonderful interview. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Alderwoman Boyd, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to compliment you because you seem as if you're looking at the entire city and not just one area. And so I applaud you for that, and you seem like you want to make a difference. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, thank you. That's all we have for you.
Thank you.
Hello. Just for the clarification of this meeting, I do use female pronouns, she and her.
Would you be sure and talk direct?
That I use female pronouns, she and her. Sometimes within the LGBTQ communities, people may not appear to be a particular gender, so there can be some confusion. So I just wanted to make sure that the level was set with everyone, that if you were to refer to me, you may use female pronouns.
You know your older person?
Yes.
What's her name?
Marlene
Yes,
Davis. Yeah.
What's the name?
Ms. Davis. Alderman Davis. Alderwoman Davis.
You know what ward that is?
19.
Oh, hey. All right.
We've actually had some conversations.
I would suggest that everyone do that, know who their older person is and what ward they're from. Tell us something about yourself and why you think this process will work.
Well, I originally grew up in East St. Louis, Illinois, so I'm kind of a nearby transplant. Grew up there for 18 years, lived in projects, or Weathers projects, my entire life there. And when I was about 18, went to college at Michigan Tech University, studied computer science. Thankfully, I had a black computer science teacher in high school who actually taught us the course for free. He was not being paid to teach this course. Decided to get a group of kids and say, you know, I'm just going to teach you some basics of programming. So that's why I ended up going into computer science in college. It was because of my one teacher who on his free time decided to teach me and about 10 other kids how to program on a computer and how to put a computer together. Was up there for about 3.5 years. For those that are not familiar with the community of Upper Peninsula, Michigan, it is not very diverse. So I ended up being the only black female in my computer science department. And after the 3.5 years of being there, due to various reasons, including the fact that I didn't have any money, after a while I ended up coming back here to the the greater St. Louis region. Lived here for about, let's see, I was in Illinois for maybe about 5 years more, and then I ended up getting a job over here in the St. Louis region. Decided to go ahead and make the move over to Webster Groves. Lived there for about 5 years, encountered my own diversity issues there. Decided to come to downtown because I heard about the loft community and how it was growing, and I felt like I could make a difference. So moved to downtown in 2014. Had the ability to be part of a program called Launch Code that started with the founder, Jim McKelvey, and Jim McKelvey is also founder of Square, so everybody heard about how it's moving downtown and all that good stuff. Had the opportunity to work at MasterCard, so I worked there for about 3 years and started my own diversity consulting firm because the cool thing about actually getting a job in tech is that there's not very many people like me, and I had a chance to go around and talk about what it was like being a diverse person in tech. So that's pretty much who I am. And I know there's a lot already in the paperwork, so I didn't want to repeat a whole bunch of what was already there.
What do you think about this process compared to Better Together?
I see this as what I've described to a lot of people since they saw that my name was on the list. They said, okay, well, you know, how is this different? And I said I saw Better Together as more of a kind of privatized version of the merger, and this is more of a civic version. So in essence, as a group of people, we can come together and decide, look at the information, do some research, figure out whether or not a merger even makes sense for us. So I said, you know what, I had talked to a lot of people with Better Together because whenever I go out to conferences, I would always ask why this conference would skip right over St. Louis. Why was it in Chicago? Why was it in, Indianapolis is now starting to get conferences. And basically people were saying there's 300,000 people in St. Louis. And I said, well, that's just St. Louis City County. You have to include St. Louis County. And then they just kind of glaze over. And then I had to explain how the whole division works and that, St. Louis City is 60 square miles and it's also its own county. So basically I just decided, you know what, if I am this dedicated to doing it and I have no association with Better Together or any merger plan or anything like that, once I heard about the Board of Freeholder process, I went on ahead and applied and just said, you know what, I'm going to actually put my money where my mouth is.
All righty, Alderwoman Tyus.
How long have you lived in St. Louis?
In St. Louis, 5 years total in the city.
And I'm sorry, sometimes I have questions in my mind, so I should say good morning.
Oh, it's okay. Good morning, good morning.
Why did you pick the downtown neighborhood?
As a kid, I always loved downtown. In East St. Louis, since we did not have a car, I actually didn't even get my driver's license until I was 25 because there was no car for me to drive to learn. So what we would do is catch the bus, come over here to the St. Louis city side. I would go to the St. Louis Center Mall and all of the things that teenagers did. And I hung out and I loved the buildings and I said, you know what, it's just sad that there's not more happening here. And I will just say that I was a very interesting kid, so I had some very mature thoughts and some very standard thoughts for my age. And one of the things that I thought about is that, if I ever had a chance to help the St. Louis city grow, in particular downtown, I would go ahead and take that advantage. So yes, I've been thinking about that for about 20-something years.
Okay. And were you born, you said you were born and raised in East St. Louis?
Born and raised in St. Louis.
Okay. And you've heard me ask other people. We only have one person from North St. Louis that's been appointed. Do you think that's fair and inclusive?
How many people are from downtown? I think it's just me, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But downtown,
Yeah, no,
it's
no,
not
I
the
was
same.
just asking out of
Right.
clarity because I didn't read all of the applications.
That I know of. So let me say that so
Okay.
far. That could change. It could be 2 or 3,
Okay.
depending on where people live.
Okay. as a native person from East St. Louis, I had to learn a lot about St. Louis once I moved over here. I had no idea about the St. Louis City, County versus St. Louis County. I didn't know any of that. So I actually went on a really long journey for kind of the 10 years almost that I've lived here to try to actually understand where the divisions are. One of the things I learned about was the Delmar Divide. Not only is Delmar Divide actually, if you look at the 2010 census, this guy actually colorized a dot map of the census, and you could see that there is a clear division line by race right along Delmar. So it's not even something that we're speaking about. It's something you can actually go to a map and see. And I had to actually learn why that division was still there. And obviously there are a lot of racial division in just where people live, but it also blocks knowledge. And as an IT person, one of the things that I tried to do, and I said, you know what, I know where my strengths are. So as an IT person, I would go and I would reach up into the North City area and I would try to bring people into the 21st century. So what do I feel about it? I feel like we need to have representation that is more accurately reflecting of where people live. To be truthful, I am not a census taker. I don't know what the counts are, but if it's not clear that we have more people in North City, but we don't have the representation on the board, I think we should even it out.
So the answer is no, it's not fair. And I'll say it for you, okay? It's not fair. And when I got gerrymandered, my ward was one of the few that was thriving and building things in black middle class, what people don't know about. So the answer is that's not fair. Okay. I don't know if you know about aldermen and alderwomen, but the reason why we're all over the city is so that you can represent all parts of the city, and not have one part overly represented. Oftentimes in any of these nominations, downtown, Central West End, South St. Louis, and then there's nobody hardly north of Page. That in itself is systemic racism.
Yes.
Is that what you would agree to? Since you know that all black people, mostly black, live in North St. Louis.
Right.
Although I will tell you, white people live in North St. Louis too.
Absolutely.
Okay? And especially when you get down to old North St. Louis and things like that, Baton, there's still some white people, some in the 27th Ward. There's still some in what used to be called the 20th until they renamed me from Kunta Kinte to Toby. There are white people that live in North St. Louis. Your short answer is that it's not fair to have one person represent an entire geographical area. Is that right?
No, it's just like asking me to represent all of the black LGBT people in the city of St. Louis, which is actually kind of what I'm doing. But you know, I understand that it is still unfair for me to be the only person.
Well, you're the only person, but that group of people is not as large as the people that live in North St. Louis. Percentage-wise, you probably on a good basis versus how many people live in North St. Louis and the wards there in North St. Louis, and then to have one person represented. It used to be 13 wards in North St. Louis and 13 in South St. Louis, and then we had the rest that came from Central Quarter, and then we've slowly pulled so that we even have less wards, which is crazy because we still have the same land and acreage. So, no, it's not fair, and it's not your doing, but I just want to see how people answer that. You went the long way instead of the short way. Ms. Flood was much more to that it's not fair. And I just want to see if you have a tendency to be pretty straightforward with your answers, okay? Even if they may not agree with the people who are appointing you. That's what I wanted to know with that question.
Okay.
Do you have any experience in government at all?
No.
Okay. And so did someone ask you to apply for the freeholders, or did you just see that it was out there and you applied yourself?
I saw that it was out there and I applied.
Okay. And what is your intention? Why would you want to be able to make suggestions about how city government should run? Is that based on your computer and data knowledge, or why is it that you think you would bring something to the table?
I come from a background of diverse people, and I decided that one of the things that I can do is, even if I have never done something before, I'd never done a computer before, I took the chance, I learned, I got the information. If I didn't know something, like Ms. Flood said, I will go out, and Mrs. Flood said, I will go out and I find the information. So I just figured that I could bring that to the table.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'm the vice chair. The chair had to step away for a moment. Mr. Muhammad, do you have any questions? Alderman Muhammad.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. How are you, Ms. Lewis? What is your relationship like with your Alderwoman Hubbard?
You mean Davis?
Yours is Davis?
Yeah.
It says you are a resident of the 5th Ward and entrepreneur.
I think that's a mistake.
That's what, I mean, it just,
Yes, she just said she's
oh,
downtown.
Downtown, 19th Ward.
okay. I'm sorry, on the document I have, it says 5th Ward, so I apologize.
No, it's okay.
What's your relationship like with Alderwoman Davis?
We've had a few conversations. When she was doing the recent election, we talked a little bit that we actually talked about some initiatives that we were thinking about doing for the youth.
Does she support your nomination to the Board of Freeholders?
We had actual conversations regarding me even doing some political work. So I figured that this would be something that she would also support.
Okay. Do you support some form of a merger?
If you mean by some form, and I'm just making sure that I understand correctly, do I think a merger can happen? Yes. I would look to the details as far as what was involved with that, but I believe it's possible.
Were you a supporter of Better Together?
On the onset, I was initially supportive, and then I asked for more information regarding the details. There were details that I did not agree with, and I actually voiced those with the people who were running Better Together. There were chats regarding whether or not they were going to change those portions, and before we got any further with the chats, I found out it was pulled.
Why did you support Better Together initially?
Because I thought that a merger made sense based off of the information that I had available to me.
Do you still feel that way?
That a merger makes sense? Depending on what information and how it's being put together, absolutely.
Did a mega regional government make sense?
I had some concerns about it, so I understood the basis of it, if I can say that, but there were some certain parts of it that I disagreed with.
Okay. And you stayed downtown?
Absolutely, yes.
So you don't stay in a historically black neighborhood or just a majority black neighborhood. Do you feel like you could represent the wants and needs of residents who stay in black neighborhoods or disenfranchised neighborhoods?
I actually stayed in a 98% black neighborhood for 18 years of my life, and that was East St. Louis, Illinois. After leaving East St. Louis, Illinois, when I was basically when I graduated out of high school, I did live in an all-white community because that's where I went to college. It was Upper Peninsula, Michigan. After that, I moved over to Webster Groves because I actually worked at Webster University, and it was a lot easier for me to walk 15 minutes down the road than to take an hour commute from the Illinois side, which is where I lived at the time. As I stand right now, I moved to the downtown region because I was looking for an accepting LGBT community as well, which is something that was a lot easier to find in the downtown community for myself and my partner. Actually, wife. We just got married.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Have you ever, so just so I'm clear, you have never stayed in a black neighborhood in the city of St. Louis?
In the city of St. Louis, no. Not more than, I don't know what percentage black.
Okay. Okay. Do you feel like the same question, do you feel
No,
like
it's good.
do you feel like 3 African Americans on this Board of Freeholders is equitable?
Let me roll it back and say that I'm a very analytical person, and you'll find that out as we start talking more. If the numbers are 51% African American and 49% white, mostly in the city of St. Louis, then I feel like the numbers should reflect that. That was the same thing I even said with Better Together's plan, and the same thing that I've always said. If it's actual 50-50, then it needs to reflect that.
Do you feel like this board reflects that? Or the nominations
If
that's
it's
currently upon us?
numerically not equal, then no. I'm just not assuming. I know that not everybody actually said what their ethnicity is, but I am saying that from what I see, if it's not equal, then it's not equal.
Have you seen the names that was given by County Executive Page for his nominations?
I saw some of them, yes.
Do you feel like you could work collaborative with those nominations?
Some of those individuals I know. I know Jason, but I don't know a lot about the other ones. But I've heard and we've crossed paths. So yes, I feel like I can work with them.
Do you feel like the nominations currently before us is a good board?
Say again.
Do you feel like the nominations currently before us is a good board?
I feel like it is a good and diverse board.
Why? If only one nominee stays in North St. Louis, why do you think it's diverse?
I'm trying to think of somewhat of the most concise way, as Alderwoman Tyus has informed me. I'm trying to make my answers a little bit more concise.
I'm not concise, so don't listen to me.
Okay. So I'll do a little bit of long and short. I'll just do in the middle. I don't want a board full of people that I agree with. This city needs change. This region needs change. And the only way you're going to get change is dealing with things that are uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable right now. I do public speaking, and it's great when I'm up on the stage and I'm showing a PowerPoint slide presentation. That's a completely different side of Lashana. But sitting in front of a group of people right now is not my comfort zone. But you know what? This is what I needed to do in order to make a change to this area, and I'm doing it, regardless of how I feel. So I believe that there are people on this board that I will not agree with, that we will have completely different ideas. But in order for us to move forward, that's what needs to happen. So I'm up for it, and I believe that if there are a good group of people on here that come from different areas and different ideas and different states of mind, then that's what we need to do in order to actually accurately and more efficiently find out a way to merge if it is something that we should do.
Do you feel like the LGBT community is fairly represented throughout the bureaucracy of city government?
Throughout the bureaucracy of city government, I'm going to split that into two. If everyone has accurately identified themselves in the city government, because I'm not going to make the assumption that everybody has, then from what I see, no. But I can't say that, and it's not my job to out anybody. So that's my answer for that.
I don't understand the answer. I'm gonna ask the question again.
Sure.
Do you feel like the LGBT community is overall represented throughout government bureaucracy? Do you see initiatives that reflect to the needs and wants of your community? Do you see people in certain positions that reflect the needs and want of your community?
The problem is that within the LGBT community, and actually I'm a founder of the LGBT Community Center that started in 2007 and ran until, well, I was there until 2011 and closed shortly after I left. One of the things that I learned is that you will never know exactly what anyone's identification is. It's up to them to tell you what it is. I am standing here and sitting here as a out black lesbian of the community. So you know that I am a lesbian only because I've identified myself. In bureaucracy, some people decide not to identify themselves, especially people within the bisexual community. Have I met people that work in city government that identify as bisexual? Yes, I have. Have I met people who've identified on other levels of the spectrum that work within the city government or within any of the bureaucratic regions? Yes, I have. It is not my job to out them, and it's not my job to identify them. So as far as those that are out and who have identified themselves, I haven't met what I feel is a critical mass area, which is usually about 10% of the population.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
No problem, Mr. Muhammad.
Alderman Gunther.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Ms. Lewis. Just clarify a little bit on what the Alderman from the 21st said, asking about have you ever lived in a black neighborhood? You're from East St. Louis.
Correct.
And I'm very much, I think like you, I'm born and raised in Belleville.
Yeah,
So actually right on.
I lived
East
there
St.
for a
Louis.
couple of years, yeah.
So I think probably right about the same time, we were both taking the bus over to St. Louis and falling in love with the architecture and the people and the downtown that we have, and then both decided to move over here. So, so thank you for that. But question about downtown. I spend a lot of time down there. You do believe, or how do you feel about the, I guess the mix of inclusivity amongst not only black, white, but minorities and gay, straight, and everyone else? Do you feel like downtown area, and especially the Washington Avenue area where you live, do you feel like that's a pretty good mix of the overall melting pot of St. Louis?
That's actually the reason why I moved to downtown. Again, as I emphasized, as a queer person and an out black queer person, there's not very many places or neighborhoods that are very accepting of me. So to me, downtown St. Louis seemed to be the most, as I would say, exposed. A lot of people from out of town, from different regions, from different frames of mind, tend to congregate in the downtown region. So it made it a lot easier for myself as a person, and it seems to be a lot more of a mixture than any other places that I've normally been to within the region.
Thank you. And that's the same way I feel about that area. So, so I'm glad that you are representing multiple minorities in our city of St. Louis by being from that area. So, second thing I have, because the first two that we've had, one kind of focused on community development, the next one, Bridget's focused on a lot of things, housing and education. You're the IT person. How do you feel, I mean, not being in government, but having to work with the city of government and, you know, working with the area, what proposal might you bring to the table with IT? And I say this as a guy that is frustrated with the fact that our Parks Department are still handwriting out notes to their supervisors of where to mow grass. And we have databases and technology that's 30 years old running our government. How do you feel like you might be able to help with how to make the government more efficient through IT?
I actually sat down and I had a conversation with Tashara Jones, which everybody on here knows who that is.
Yep.
And I had a conversation with her because I was curious as to why the IT department fell up under the treasurer's office, being that IT is kind of like a big thing right now. She explained to me a little bit about the insides and the workings and how some of the technology is old. And why some of the technology, even if it has been upgraded, still is where you have to pay cash in one area and then in other areas you're able to use a credit card. So one of the things that I wanted to do was kind of start working to bring ideas. And at the time, they were still looking to hire a CTO. So I've seen the CTO. We actually had a couple of conversations. I haven't had a chance to have a sit-down formal meeting with him. But we did talk about some of the things that I wanted to kind of see brought forward and see what I could do to help, basically. In general, one of the things that I did talk about is kind of the automation of some of the parking systems, which we already have Park Mobile. That system works great. It actually is available in a lot of major cities. But I kind of wanted to see more automation and more updated technology in other regions, similar to how I've seen in other cities. They even now have it in the garages where you can even go and rent a garage space for a month and you don't have to go and pay a ticket and get all of this stuff. You can actually do all of it on your cell phone. So I've had a lot of ideas. I've talked to people. Everything moves slow. I mean, I understand government moves slow in general, so I didn't expect anything to happen overnight with those conversations. But I've already started them.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. And thank you very much for applying for this position.
Thank you.
I believe.
I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Pam.
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
No, you're not. Ask your question. Pam Boyd.
Mr. Chair, I have no questions at this time. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Alderman Mariah.
Thank you. So just kind of some of the same questions that I've asked the other candidates.
Absolutely.
So ultimately, it sounds like you certainly haven't written off the idea of merger at this point. You said earlier if it makes sense. Are there any other forms of a combined government that you've thought about at all? You know, I know looking back, we've looked at borough systems, we've looked at one large city, we've looked at the city falling under the county as a larger municipality. Is there anything other than just merger that you've thought about, and what sort of merger kind of would make sense to you? You indicated initial support for the Better Together model. Do you think that a model like that still makes sense, where the city would essentially become a municipality of the county, or do you envision it in a different way?
I've been actually doing a lot of investigation. I haven't really settled on one plan that I've actually unilaterally liked. And that's kind of one of the things that I was hoping when I'm on the Board of Freeholders to actually kind of go and get other ideas of other unification systems that seem to make sense for other cities or other regions in the country. So actually, right now, as it stands, I'm kind of unbiased as far as a preferred way to merger. It's just more of okay, this seems like something that a lot of major cities, and I think Baltimore is the only one that still has a structure similar to ours, seems to be, hopping on. So it's like, what was the benefit for those cities? Long term, short term, I think Indianapolis just recently did theirs, so that's why I brought them up as an example, and I've been kind of just looking and saying, okay, what's going to make the best sense for this region?
And then as far as schools go, we've heard a lot of discussion about the school districts in general, but in particular the special schools. Would you have some commitment to trying to ensure that folks here in the city, if there was some merger proposal put together, that would include the schools and the special school districts?
If it makes the most sense to merge them, absolutely. I would actually throw a lot more IT into it, because I feel like we're not preparing our kids enough for the future of technology. I was lucky as a kid in East St. Louis to have the one teacher to prepare me for a job that didn't even exist at the time that he was teaching. So I feel like when you throw something like that into it, it makes it a lot easier to make those kind of decisions.
Absolutely. And I appreciate your take on the fact that you're anticipating kind of robust disagreement. I think that being willing to walk into a room where you know that a whole lot of folks are going to be disagreeing with you, I think that takes a lot of courage, and I appreciate that you're coming at this from that angle, not looking to find a room where there's 8 friendly faces and you're all going to immediately get together and push forward, because the devil is in the details. And given your resume and the fact that you came up right away and discussed your pronouns and told me that you recently married your wife, I hesitate to even ask, but I will, since I said that I was going to ask every candidate. Would you continue to support the LGBT protections that are in place in the city that we don't have in the county?
I will probably be the loudest one on the board making sure that happens.
I assumed so. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
That's all we have for you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
Ms. Mason. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what do you think about this process?
Excuse, can you say it a little bit louder, please? I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
He has to tell us about yourself and what you think about this process.
Okay, tell me about myself. All right, I will.
I didn't hear you.
Say again?
I didn't hear you.
But you didn't hear me?
No, I can hear you now.
Okay, very good. Can you hear me now?
Turn it up a little bit.
Is it on? Can you hear me now? Because I have a very big voice, so you should. I really don't need the microphone. My name is Tanya Allen Mason. I'm going to start off by saying that there is not one representative of North St. Louis. You are sitting here looking at one right now. And I was trying very hard not to jump up out of that seat when I heard that constantly. Just because a person lives in a certain zip code does not mean that they do not represent all aspects and all areas of St. Louis. When I moved to St. Louis, I moved to North St. Louis. I went to elementary school. I went to Couple School that is located on Co-Brilliant. I went to Yateman Elementary School that is located on Anthelon. I went to O'Fallon Technical High School that is on McCree. I spent my entire life in North St. Louis. I went to church in North St. Louis, in the Walnut Park area. I currently go to church on Grand at St. Alphonsus Rock Church, which is a historically African-American church, and probably most of the community live in North St. Louis. I have dedicated my career to working in this city. I have worked in television for over 30 years, and I have covered stories that have had an impact and have talked about issues that affect not only St. Louis as a city, but North St. Louis. And I have won awards for my work that I have done that have covered topics that affect the North St. Louis. I have since then left television. Now I work for the St. Louis Science Center, and I am an educator at the Youth Exploring Science program that work with youth that are underrepresented in our city. You have an alum that's sitting right over there by the name of Brandon Bosley, who is a graduate of the Youth Exploring Science program. And 95% of those children that are in that program are African-American children, and they are considered underrepresented in the area of STEM. It is a professional development program, a mentoring program, and a job training program. I live in the Central West End, 63108. Mayor Cruzen used to be my alderman. My alderman right now is Heather Navarro. Do I know Heather? Yes, I do. Heather has lived on my street for many years. She does not live on Westminster Place anymore. Have I been in contact with her? Not recently, but I do know her very well. I'm the president of my neighborhood association in my area. I'm the secretary of the Republican Central Committee. I am also the committee woman for the 28th Ward, and I am also a state committee person for the 5th Ward for the state of Missouri. I'm very active in my neighborhood, and you guys can stop me at any time because I'll just keep going. I don't know exactly what else you want to know about me, but I do want you to understand one thing. I understand the problems of North St. Louis because I lived there. I watched my neighborhood. I watched my schools. I watched that area erode down to nothing. When I was a little girl, we used to go to the May Day Parade. And the May Day Parade was probably one of the biggest events that happened in our community. And we used to go, and we would buy clothes to go to the May Day Parade. And we would see that camaraderie between all the high schools, Vashon, Sumner, Beaumont, all that camaraderie, all that pageantry that went in those bands competing. That's all gone now. Nobody's heart isn't more broken than mine to see what has happened to the North Side. When I drop my students off from home and I pick them up because they don't have a ride to work or I have to go drop them off at home, it breaks my heart to see children that I have to drop off who live next door to abandoned buildings that are burned out and abandoned. I've watched children be bused from city schools to county schools in the name of DSEG and watch their communities disintegrate to nothing. I've seen that. So when I hear these things that the North Side is not represented, that's not true. The North Side is represented. It's represented in me. I represent the North Side. I may not live in it currently right now, but I represent the North Side of St. Louis. So if you have any questions, you can.
Before we ask any more questions, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, cause everybody seems to like y'all look hungry out there.
We are hungry.
Reverend Nance, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Come back and ask you more questions, Ms. Mason. Thank you very much. 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
We're going to get started in just a minute. We're going to announce it for any of the aldermen that don't know that we're starting back up. And Alderman Moore had to leave, so I am the vice chair, and I will be continuing with the interviews and the committee hearing. She just went to call. She'll be back. The clerk, she went to let you know that there was.
Better get you the bag on.
I can do it from here. I'm great. I guess I could, really. Can you hold that for Alderman Moore, please? Yes. I'll take your suggestion. Never too old to learn, okay? That's what you do. You can move, there you go.
Make this look uniform.
Ready? Okay, the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee meeting will reconvene. You good? Mrs. Mason?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, do you go by Mrs., Ms.? Either one?
Whatever the married form is.
Okay, I'm married, I go by Ms. still,
Okay,
but I kept my name. All right, Mrs. Mason?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you finished testifying? I'm sorry. Did you have anything else you need to?
I'm sure it'll come up when, as I'm asked questions, and I will try to be pithy, but I will probably below the 8, but until I'm stopped.
I am long-winded, so even if I tell you to be short-winded, I cannot
Okay.
really criticize about being long-winded. If you are finished, then Mr. Muhammad? Alderman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Mason, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm doing fine. So I noticed at the opening of during your introduction, you said that you are from North St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
But do you reside in North St. Louis now?
I live in the 28th Ward.
Okay. So by your opinion, is that North St. Louis to you?
No, that's Central Corridor.
Okay. So then we are correct when we say there is only one person representing North St. Louis on this board because he currently stays in North St. Louis.
I think that's semantics, but there's just one person who lives in North St. Louis.
So he represents North St. Louis because he lives in North St. Louis.
Again, in my opinion, that's semantics, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
I mean, it's not semantics, it's facts, but it's okay. And you say the 28th Ward, does Alderwoman Navarro support this appointment?
I really don't know. She may not.
Okay.
I don't know. I haven't spoken to her about it. She hasn't reached out to me. She hasn't called me. So I don't know if she supports it or not.
Okay. And you also sit on the St. Louis Port Authority.
That's correct.
Do you think that'd be a conflict of interest?
No.
Why not?
Well, the St. Louis Port Authority is not trying to merge the city and county. So, but I mean, I know the county does have a port. It's a small port, but I don't see it being a conflict of interest.
So earlier this year, the Port Authority came before the Transportation and Commerce Committee asking to be a citywide vessel. You don't see that as a
Well,
potential?
they asked to open up, they asked to increase the boundaries to the city of St. Louis.
Throughout the entire
Right.
city where they can actually control?
Include the Port Authority, you know, to the city of St. Louis. If the city and county merges, then those boundaries, I don't know how it would affect those boundaries. I mean, if you're merging, then all boundaries are off, isn't it? I mean, isn't that how it?
Well, we don't know. We don't know what this looks like, but I know.
So I don't see it as a conflict because right now it's all hypotheticals. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay.
But, so with the Port Authority trying to open up its boundaries to include the entire city of St. Louis and be encompassed throughout the entire city, they were trying to control basically economic development outside of the original port that is established. You supported that, right?
I supported it to a point, whatever would help develop and particularly low-income areas in St. Louis, if opening up those boundaries could bring economic developments into areas within the north side, I supported that. But yeah, I supported that. Yeah.
Good. So is that the only means to bring economic development to North St. Louis?
What, expanding our boundaries? No.
Absolutely. I figured you would say that. Do you think the city of St. Louis does a good job now in fostering economic development or economic partnerships in disenfranchised communities?
Well, on the north side, no, I do not. I do not.
And do you think that with that current, with the former agenda of the Port Authority and of SLDC, do you honestly believe that expanding those boundaries would have created economic development, or would it have pushed out black aldermen?
We don't know. I mean, he wanted, the way I understood it from the president of SLDC, wanted to increase those boundaries so it could open up opportunities for economic development, particularly in low-income areas.
Now, when you say president, you do mean the executive director, Otis Williams, right?
Otis Williams, right.
Same thing. So,
Same thing.
okay, good. So, and that's what he told the members of the Port Authority, that this will open up development avenues.
It can open up opportunities. It can open up opportunities in that aspect. It was brought to, the way I understand it, was brought to the Board of Aldermen, to the floor to be voted on. But I mean, I think Alderman Davis brought it, but nothing really happened with it, to my knowledge.
Right. And I'm just asking because, to me, all this relates to your appointment to this board, just trying to get a sense of how you feel about economic development. In the role that race plays in economic development.
Say that again?
And just the general role that race plays in economic development. That's why I'm asking you these questions. So do you think that SLDC, do they do a good job in developing marginalized communities?
Well, there's so much, I think there's more that, I'm not really familiar with all the governmental aspects of it or the politics behind it. I do think that the city as a whole it can do a lot better. I think that there is development that is happening in certain areas of this entire city. But can the economic development, can it be better in the city of St. Louis? Absolutely. Can people do a better job? Yes, it can be. But how do you make that happen? That's the question. We can all say that economic development, needs to be better in marginalized areas, but how do you make it happen? That's my question.
Absolutely. And do you support some form of a merger? If so, what does that look like?
You know, I don't know. I don't know yet. I haven't made a decision. I thought my role here was to sit down with a group of individuals and to look at it and to digest it and to process it and see if a merger was in the best interest of the people of St. Louis and St. Louis County. It may not be. I don't know.
Well, I'm just asking because typically when people apply for a commission or a board, they have some type of understanding.
I purposely do not have, because it may not be in our best interest.
Were you a supporter of Better Together?
No.
Do you believe that 3 out of 9 members on this panel are black? Do you believe that is equitable?
That is equitable? I mean, when you look at it from a 12% of American, when you look at it from this as blacks only make up 12% of the United States. I mean, it's, you know, so I'm looking at it from, if I look at from that aspect, I say, yeah, it is equitable.
Okay, we're not talking about the United States, we're talking about the city of St. Louis.
You're talking about representation.
In the city of St. Louis.
In the city of St.
Not
Louis.
the United States. The United States is not going to decide if the city and county merge or decide what type of government form we will have.
No.
This will be the city of St. Louis and the St. Louis County, and you as a member of that board will make the recommendations necessary for that. So I'm asking you on a localized level, do you think that it's equitable?
I really don't have an answer for that. I don't know. I mean, race to me does not include how people feel about certain communities. And if I'm dancing around the question, I mean, just because somebody is black doesn't mean that they care about their community. And just because somebody is white doesn't mean they do not care about the black community. I just thought that we were a group of individuals that were coming together to talk about this region, this city, county as a whole. And what are the areas that we need to concentrate on that can bring us together economically, from an educational standpoint, everything. I don't think you have to be a black person to figure out, or a white person to figure out that there's some issues in North Side. I really don't think. I think that I think we can see it. We see it every day. But the question is, how do we change it? How do we change it?
Well,
that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, is to examine how do we make life better for young black people in North St. Louis. Because I work with them every day, and it breaks my heart when I hear them say, Miss Tanya, we can't go outside because I'm afraid. I hear them say that. I hear black children, I hear Latino children say that. So that's why I'm here.
absolutely, and I can appreciate that. But just now, you just acknowledged that most of the problems that exist in this city happen or plagues North St. Louis. And we still only have one representative from North St. Louis on this board. To me, you'll agree with what I'm saying, that we need more representatives from North St. Louis. I appreciate that. Next, and you also said we're coming together to talk about a merger, or we're talking.
I said I thought we're coming together to examine, to see what's in the best interest of this region, of this area.
Okay, so what do you think is in the best interest of this region?
I think what's in the best interest of this area is when everybody is economically equal. That's what I think.
Do you feel like everybody's economically equal now?
No, not at all. Not even on the south side. Not at all.
Right.
So what is the largest, just in your opinion, what is the largest concentration of people that are
Disenfranchised or that are economically depressed? Okay, North St. Louis. It is. I'm sorry.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I said it.
I just want to just say it again, just for the record.
So, okay, ask me a question again.
What is the largest concentration of the population that is disenfranchised?
Disenfranchised from a political aspect, or you mean economically depressed?
I think they're both interrelated. But if you want to split it up, go ahead.
Yeah,
I think-
I would say the better part of North St. Louis.
So with that in mind, and with what you just said, do you believe that one representative residing in North St. Louis is equitable?
I'm going to defer back to my answer, my previous answer. I feel that we are all here to represent St. Louis City, North, Central Corridor, and South. I look at us as one group. And if there is a problem that is great in one area, I think it's incumbent upon us to address those issues and to help out that area. That's what I feel. Now, I'm answering your question the best way that I can, because I don't think zip code or skin color represents whether you care about an area that is economically depressed. Because I've moved here, I've been in St. Louis all my life, and I've never seen the north side come up, I just see it come down. So who's responsible for that? We all live here together. Who's responsible for the deterioration of the north side?
I want to be clear. I'm not saying that because a person does not reside in North
You're
St.
asking me if I
'Cause
think
it's
it's
important.
fair because there's one person that's on this that has been selected to represent the north side. I'm saying that means nothing to me.
Respectfully, I ask for you not to interrupt me, the same respect that I give you. Thank you, Ms. Mason. I'm not saying that a person, just because a person does not reside in North St. Louis, they don't care about the issues that affect North St. Louis. What I'm telling you is, and what I'm suggesting is, that North St. Louis is deemed single-handedly the most disenfranchised community in this city. And it is unfair, and it is unjust that only one member of this board resides in North St. Louis. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get a feel from you, because I can see that you obviously care about North St. Louis. I am trying to pull that out from you. That's what I want to see. So I get it. You care about it.
It's unfair. No, I don't think it's unfair. There's one person here. I don't think it's unfair because you have 9 other people here who care about North St. Louis. That's my answer.
Are you speaking for them, or you know them personally?
You
said you have 9 other people here that care about North St. Louis. That's what you just said. So are you speaking for them?
Okay.
Have you talked to them individually?
Yeah,
have y'all had a meeting before?
I have.
So you spoke to your
I know
other.
a lot of them.
You spoke to your other 8 colleagues potentially, and you asked them each, "Do you care about North St. Louis?" And they all told you, "Yes, absolutely."
Okay, that is.
This is what you said. I'm just asking.
No, I'm just assuming.
Assumption.
I think it's a rhetorical question. I think the reason why we all signed up and applied to be on the Board of Freeholders is that we all care about our city. So that to me, that's a rhetorical question.
I don't think it is. You know, in the Board of Aldermen, we're all one body. We're the Board of Aldermen. But we are elected individually from our wards to represent the issues and the constituents of our wards. Now, we have to come together in collaboration to pass legislation to make sure we move the city forward. But individually, we have to worry about the issues that are in our wards first.
Okay.
And we only have one representative from North St. Louis that's going to advocate potentially for the issues in North St. Louis.
I think that you're mistaken.
And this is why I think that you're mistaken. Madam Vice Chair, I have no further questions for Ms. Mason.
Thank you. Alderman Gunther?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. We met doing this one other time over the Port Authority. I feel like a lot of the questions during that were on very similar terms here. When you had your opening remarks, I believe that you made a statement that I wish more of us would follow. You said that although you're in the 28th right now, you feel like you can represent North City. That's correct, right?
Correct.
And although you're currently live in the 28th, you feel that you could represent the black communities in South City that equally have issues as North City.
Absolutely.
So, so thank you for that. So, thank you for being here again. And I do want to question really quick, though, just because of substance here. You know, we keep bringing in a lot of questions about do you believe in a merger, which is fair, but the Board of Freeholders, their task is to look at everything between city and county and what things we can work better on, what things we can do better as working, you know, across boundaries. And so your specialty is in communications, right?
That's correct.
I personally believe that one of the biggest failures of the Better Together program was communication, which is why you had in my opinion, why you had such an uprising that it was like, oh, this is not going to work because we weren't communicated with it. So, so my question is, do you feel that your strength on this board would be to make sure that all the communities that are affected by this are knowledgeable about what's going on, and do you see that as your role as being the person, you know, and again, like we went on earlier, we have a community development person, a housing person, IT person. Communication is where you feel like you'll be the strongest for helping to lead any sort of discussion and getting it out into public realm.
Right. And there's several ways to do that, if you want me to talk about that.
Yeah.
I think that's a very valid question, and also there's so many different avenues to use that in terms of if we use social media, if we can put together video stories or a video or write any kind of press releases or any kind of print material that can be put together. I think it's very important that not only that we give out information, but that we get information, that we make sure that we're reaching the right, going to those neighborhoods, taking adequate information, recording them in any way, going and to visiting certain areas, just to make sure that we understand exactly what those needs are, how they can be represented, and how we can apply some kind of, I won't say closure, but it's to help in any kind of way.
Okay. And that's exactly what I'm looking for in this, is that what can the people that we're putting up in front of us here bring to the table to help make this process as open and as transparent as possible. So, so I thank you for applying. I thank you for being here, and I do truly believe that you will be representative of the entire city. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Are you finished? Thank you. Alderman, you finished? Okay. Alderwoman Pam Boyd.
Hello again. I wanted to ask, and I heard you said you weren't really for the Better Together concept. And so I guess my question is, as a group of freeholders, what do you see your responsibility would be in regards to the city and the county?
Well, I wasn't let me rephrase that. I will say that if a merger is in the best interest for the people in this city, then I will support that. But I didn't necessarily support Better Together because I just didn't like their plan. Mm-hmm. Some of the things that they wanted to merge and some things that they didn't want to merge, for example, with the schools, to me, from what I understood, the schools weren't going to merge, school districts. And I didn't find that to be reasonable. Education is extremely important, particularly to the areas of the north side, and to particularly the areas that are, as we call it, disenfranchised or low economic. Strong education is really important. So, and then to have people in Kansas City vote on issues that affect St. Louis just kind of didn't make sense to me, because what do they know about what's happening in St. Louis? So that's one of the reasons why I did not support Better Together. But I guess to answer your question, when we start this process and when we start sort of deciphering what's good and what's bad and what can help this city, that is my goal, my main objective. And if putting St. Louis City and merging it with the county, if it's in the best interest of the people of St. Louis, I support that.
Okay. And then the other question I had was, do you see the group that you have as here now as the freeholders? Do you see them as the representation for St. Louis City?
I see them as a good representation of St. Louis City. From what I've been able to gather, you have people who've worked in economically depressed areas. You have a nice, from an intellectual standpoint, you have people who understand city government better than some. You have people who understand the law better than others. You have people who work in my field of television that understand how to use the media to their advantage. So I from what I've been able to see from the resumes or the information I have, I think we have a very diverse group of people.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Alderwoman, are you finished?
That's it, yes, ma'am.
Alderman Narayan?
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you for coming and appearing before us again today. I wanted to first just say, I see that you have experience. Your current employer is the St. Louis Science Center that's just up the street from my house. It's an amazing gem here in the city of St. Louis. So keep up the good work there.
Thank you.
So as far as a form of combined government, we have focused a whole lot on merger and, potentially the city entering the county or standing alone. You said ultimately that you weren't a big fan of Better Together's proposal, which was the merger. Is there any other form of combined government that you think may be a better fit for the region?
I wouldn't know. I mean.
Okay, that's fair.
Right.
Yeah, I'm willing to take I don't know as an answer.
Okay.
And we just touched briefly on the schools. So you do believe that if we are looking at some form of combined government, that the schools, particularly the special school district, should be part of that conversation?
Yeah, and students need to benefit. I mean, everyone, it definitely should benefit. There has to be some level of benefit for the citizens of this area. Merging just to merge doesn't mean anything, but how do we increase resources? That's one of the things I've learned in working with the Youth Exploring Science program. We help underserved children. They're not necessarily underprivileged, they're just underserved. They may go to county schools or quote-unquote better schools, but they may not have those resources that can prepare them for STEM and for technology of the future. That's what we do. We take children and we provide a resource for them. But if we're talking about merging schools, I just feel that resource, that technology, computers, whatever it is, teaching young girls how to code, which and to do programming, which when you look at the statistics for girls in coding, we have one here. It's 0. And the numbers for African American girls, maybe it's less than 0. So those are the kind of benefits I think that should come from merging, and we really need to take a very deep, long look at that in terms of where those resources should be placed. And who benefits from those resources, and how do we entice and encourage people to move back to the city and move in those areas that are economically depressed? How do we do that? And I'm hoping that I could be a part of that, and that this process we can find some answers.
Absolutely. So in addition to kind of education, is there another kind of big picture area that you see being ripe for a combined government?
Again, and I understand the challenges of North St. Louis and just some economically depressed areas within in the city. There's so much work that needs to be done. And there's so many layers to that. And how do you peel back those layers to see, okay, what's the core problem? Because there are a lot of things. And North St. Louis has just been neglected for so many years, for decades. And it's just not going to turn around overnight. But whatever resources, whatever funds, whatever development, whatever it takes to bring this area up, so we're all, in some aspects, equal. I don't think that, in some areas of the central West End, you get $1 million mansions. It'd be wonderful if we could have those in North St. Louis. I mean, that'd be great, but I mean, that's not a realistic expectation. But to be moderately income, and people don't have to live in poverty, and they don't have to live next door to abandoned buildings, where it's a thriving community, that's what I like to see for this city.
Absolutely. And then lastly, just the same question that I've asked all the other candidates. Are you supportive of the LGBTQ protections currently in place in the city, and would you advocate for those to be carried out in a combined government so that our LGBTQ plus population didn't move backwards in the event that we combined?
Absolutely, and it almost saddens me to say that has to be an issue, that we're just all equal under the sun, and that however people live their lives and the choices they make for their lives shouldn't have to be protected. It should just be.
Absolutely, I agree 100%. And thank you so much for your time.
Right.
I have nothing further.
Mrs. Mason,
Yes, ma'am.
you have probably insulted me beyond belief with your statement about nothing has happened good in North St. Louis or thereabouts. There are good things that are happening in North St. Louis, been happening all along, so you have a limited view if you don't know about them, okay? For instance, we built a lot of new things in what used to be the 20th Ward. It was every year we were building $1 million things. We built a grocery store, built a Walgreens, we built a new school, $52 million worth of things, and of infrastructure. And we didn't lose population. And you know what? This is what, since you don't know how it happens, what happened is the white aldermen got together and they destroyed the 20th Ward. They tore it up. Every single ward around me lost population when I was the 20th Ward alderperson. So they lost like the 4,000, 4,800. So now, like-minded people or smart people or anybody else would have said, Sharon Tyus, what you doing over there? But the white aldermen, who include the mayor and her chief of staff, they got together and they said, let's tear this up. Now, you and I being middle and upper middle income black people, we know that if you do that and you put them into the wards that were slipping away, it doesn't make it be better. It makes it be worse. So since you don't know what happened, let me just tell you what happens. Institutional and overt racism happens, okay? That's what happens. And it wasn't an accident because they couldn't control me. Why I'm back here today is because they still can't control me. So I come back here to say that. Instead of them saying this was wrong, nobody says that. So when I hear you say stuff like that, yeah, we were doing it. And I should be not the vice chair of Intergovernmental Affairs. I have more experience than anybody here and been here longer than Joe Rody. But that's what institutional racism looks like. Because I'm white, I can do that. So that's in case you don't know. There are other things that happen. We spent $13 million down in Old North St. Louis. If you go down there, it's not much. You know, they got some little shops and stuff. If that had been put on Natural Bridge, up in the middle of North St. Louis, a whole different thing. But they put it down there because wherever there is a white population, any little bit, they build it up and they put the money. When I got elected in 1991, there was no downtown St. Louis neighborhood to speak of. But billions of dollars and many, many years later, there are. There's nothing in North St. Louis that could not be fixed with a proper amount of money. But the proper amount of racism, the reason why you didn't want the 20th Ward to be a ward that thrived, even though it was, and that's where all the black middle class people live, and since you live there, you know about it. You know that that was the upper and middle income black ward because before there was integration, that's where we could live, okay? And so many of us still live there. We can live any place we want to. So when you say you don't know, that concerns me. You're not going to interrupt me. You're going to listen, and if you can't, then we're going to end your interview, okay? You're going to listen to me. So you made these statements, so I'm going to reply to them. So they spent $13 million down there in Old North St. Louis because white people start to move there. So they support them. There is no secret at all. There's no secret to this. It is done purposefully. Also, when you have high voting wards, for traditionally, not just the 20th, the 21st, the 27th, and the 2nd, those were middle-class black wards with high votes. So what you do is you take every bit of support away from them. You tear them up. You marginalize them. You have people like you coming and saying, because you guys speak like we are all monolithic, and I know you know better than that. The black people are not monolithic, and we're not monolithic in North St. Louis either. So instead of supporting something supportive, the mayor ought to be ashamed, Stephen Conway ought to be ashamed, all the white people, they had a white meeting. Actually, I sat right here when they did this. They had an all-white meeting. And then they told the black people, well, we got to do this because you guys lost so much that we got to tear up the wards. We gained 30% black population and lost a black ward. Then we lost another one. So when we talk to you about North St. Louis, you talk about that you used to live here. I didn't grow up in St. Louis. I grew up in Decatur, Illinois. But I can't represent Decatur, Illinois. I don't represent Decatur, Illinois. I represent North St. Louis proudly and loudly, and you do not. I don't care how you say what you're looking out. Where you put your house is a very important thing. My husband and I, when we bought our house in 1986, could have bought a house. I lived in the Central Quarter. I've lived in South St. Louis while I went to law school. Graduated the year, I started the year your husband graduated from law school at WashU. When we got ready to buy a house, we could have bought a house in the 1500 block of Waterman that cost exactly $2,000 more than the house that we bought. We knew we were going to take a hit because we knew that house was going to be going up in value, whereas the house that we bought, same house, bigger, better, middle and upper income black people lived there. Assistant superintendent of schools. My father-in-law started the magnet school program, state senators. All these black people lived here. Wayman Smith. Anybody who lives on Lindell came from my neighborhood. That's the Roberts. They all came. The public safety director still lives there. Chief Hayden, he came from my community, okay? These are people that come from our community. But when you have people purposefully tearing your community up and attacking it, then that's what happens. And then they only put money into the places where they think they're going to get white. And they brag. I got newspaper articles where the city is getting whiter. The city is getting whiter. Oh, the black people are moving out. Black people are moving out. You're doing it on purpose. Nobody that has a brain would take a ward that's successful and then put it into the wards that are unsuccessful unless you're doing that on purpose, okay? That's not purposeful. It's because back in 1993, my ward delivered both Vervis Jones and Freeman Bosley as the mayor and the comptroller. And that was at a time when Shrewsbury thought he had won and thought he was going to make a speech, and he didn't get to make that speech. We have gone on to deliver most of the black elected officials, and even though they gerrymandered me and I came back, Right now, almost every black elected official citywide, I have endorsed and worked hard because black people can lead. When we talk about North St. Louis, it is because we are purposely being left out of things. And when you say that you can represent North St. Louis, and you can't look out after it like I can, because your house is not there. So you don't know the same things. And I can tell you the difference in when I lived on Waterman around the corner from where the mayor lives, I did not experience what I experience now, okay? When I lived in South St. Louis, I did not experience what I experience now. Again, I can live wherever I want to live. Why I live on Maffitt Place is because I want to be their voice. I come here to be their voice, to be loud and clear, to say, this is not an accident that happened. And it is what is purposeful. Put $30 million on Natural Bridge, okay? Put that on Natural Bridge. Don't put it down there on the 14th Street Mall where you're just supporting because white people are moving in there. We see this stuff happening when people deny the Team 4 plan. Vince Shaman was the most honest mayor I know. He said, you do not have to adopt a plan to implement it. When you look at what has been done, it's implemented. As recently as a year ago, we had a thing where we were letting experienced trash truck drivers go to South St. Louis, and the new trucks go to South St. Louis. Now, we're all paying the same taxes, but we're letting all this go to South St. Louis. That's called institutional racism. The only reason it got stopped because I was the chair of public employees, and I wrote a grievance up to the personnel director and made it stop, okay? I am the only black lawyer that's down here. White people got lots of white lawyers. We got a whole city council of white lawyers. We hardly have any black lawyers. We had 2. So what they did, we had Irene Smith and I, they put us in the same ward because we most certainly couldn't have 2 black lawyers. Those are the kind of things that happen and so when I hear you saying this stuff, you make my head want to just split open. When I hear you saying this is the stuff that happens. It's not unplanned. It's purposeful. It is purposeful. We're going to protect the Central Quarter at tearing up black representation, okay? And then we'll trot black people out here that live someplace else that don't have to put up with it. I tell people all the time when they come to my ward and they want to put something, where do you live? When they say they live in Normandy, and then I say, well, why don't you put it out in Normandy? Well, they wouldn't let us. So when you say this kind of thing, it's not that you're not black. You just cannot, and you're not even, I'm not saying it. You can't represent Maffitt Place the way Sharon Tyus represents Maffitt Place. You cannot represent Penrose the way Sharon Tyus and John Collins Muhammad represent Penrose. You're just not there. So for you to keep insisting that you can, you're insisting for that whole white thing of let's have citywide representation. That's what white people do when cities become black. Then they want to elect people citywide instead of by wards. The reason why we have wards is so that every section of town can be represented. And it could be very different. When I came down to the board in 1991 and I started talking about black, middle, and upper income people, the black aldermen got mad at me. They said, you're separating yourself. I said, no, I'm not. What I'm trying to tell you is that you have to keep money in your communities. You don't run money away from your communities. You keep them in your communities. Because if you make it so that black people that have money, they do just like white people. They get the heck up out of there. That's what many black people have done. But the city forced it. The city forced it with that redistricting in 91. They forced it because if you put me someplace where I cannot thrive and I got the money to get out, I will. So that's purposeful is what I'm telling you. So if you don't know, let me explain it to you. Everybody in my ward, even though the public safety director may not tell the mayor to her face, he knows it too. Everybody knew what they did to our community, and I can bring you over and show you the pictures of what my community looked like before this redistricting happened and what it looks like now. Sam Moore could not take care of it. Whoever was the 4th ward couldn't take care of the 4th ward. The Ville had gone. You don't destroy what's good to save what's gone, okay, or mostly gone. I'm not saying get rid of the Ville. I'm saying that that was purposeful. If you had a kid and it was 4 classrooms and 4 of them were getting Fs and your kid was in the classroom that was getting A, if they put your kid in that classroom that were getting Fs, you yank your kid and put them someplace else. And that is what happened in my community, all around me, that you had to put my community, 5 different wards you put my people in, and they all left in all those wards. The only one they stayed in was a bit of what they put in the 18th ward. And that was Terry Kennedy, and that was the only one that had more seniority than me. I'm the only person in history that's ever been gerrymandered that was a senior alderperson. person. That's how you take political power away. So we as aldermen, we have to live in our wards, okay? We have to live in different, we can't all be piled up in one section. So we have to live in our wards. We don't, so when we hear people saying, I represent it too, no, you don't. You could keep saying that. All it makes me say is I will not vote for you for anything, long as you keep saying that. You could think that, but you do not represent it. And if I move, when I lived in the, where did I live, in the 8th Ward? Because I used to live in the 8th Ward. I did not know what happened at Kings Highway and Mather Place, okay? When I lived in the, was it the 28th Ward? It might have been the 25th Ward then before they moved the 25th. It was one of them. I used to live in that. It is not the same. So for you to say that you're in a protected place, an upper middle class community, and you're protected, you don't, whatever happens in North St. Louis, I'm exposed to it. You are not. We are not the same. We may have pretty much the same education, husbands, spouses, and all of that, money even, but we are not the same because I'm exposed to everything, and it's purposeful. Because my husband and I made that decision, that's where he came from, and we knew we could make a difference, and we have made a difference. All those things I tell you about would not exist if we didn't put our hearts and soul. So the ignorance of redistricting that would tear something up, that's called racism. It's called planned systemic racism. For you to sit here and act like you don't know that as a black person pains me. That's what I want you to know. It pains me to hear you say that and to try to insist that you can represent the community that we represent. You cannot. You represent the 28th Ward, and what white people do, so let's get it straight on the table, is they go pick black people from other neighborhoods and say, look, we got black people, look at here they are. No, you don't. You have black people from the Central Quarter. You do not have black people from across page, okay? And so they do not, so that is not the same. And I have made the statement, I would rather take a white person who lives in my community in North St. Louis than you in the 28th Ward. The other problem I have is that you're already on boards and commission. We want to see inclusion from all around. Just keep bringing the same retread of people on this one and that one. That's wrong. I purposefully didn't get involved in this and tell people you go and apply and things like that, because I'm not trying to make it, you got to believe everything I do, but there is a reason that we have wards. And so when we ask you about representing North St. Louis, it is not your belief of, well, I can do the same thing, because here's at the end of the day, can you run for any office in North St. Louis? And the answer is no, because you do not live there. And so I hope that you will stop giving them cover that it's okay to just represent, to bring black people from someplace else and say that they're looking out. We're not saying that white people don't look out for black people. We're saying that we want to look out for ourselves. We want people from our own communities. We want to be able to, whatever they make a decision about, that decision affects them. It will not affect you. If they tear up one part of North St. Louis, it didn't affect you when they tore up the 20th Ward. It didn't affect you not one bit. You stayed right there in your middle, upper income neighborhood and was fine. So you do not have the same effect, and it is not the same thing. And it is plantation politics to me when people want to live someplace else and tell me that they represent me and tell me about what is not, nothing has happened good in North St. Louis. That is blatantly false. What's good is we have a group of people that still live there, that they have put up with everything. They could not live, they've had to move slowly and surely across the borders. They couldn't do all these things. Sharon Tyus is the person who has to represent them and say the things and live in their community. And when I go home and I say these things, they say, oh, Ms. Tyus, you said just what I wanted to say. Because I get to talk to the people that you do not get to talk to and that you do not live around. And whatever mistake I make, I live with it also. Even redistricting, which I didn't do anything, but I lived with that. I could have got up and moved myself and been your neighbor. I could live on Lindo. I don't, because there's something stronger. And where you buy your house, me, is a very different thing. So it's the difference in the house that I could have bought that's now selling for $500,000. And because of redistricting, I probably couldn't get $100,000, even though I've put a couple of $100,000 in mine, okay? So it is not the same. So I want you to understand that when we ask you about, is it fair for us not to have the numerical number of people that other people have? Why is the Central West End, which is only a little patch of land, got 3 or 4 nominations? That's not fair. And if you think it is, you're definitely not the person that I want to see sit on this board, because you do not have an understanding that is fair. And I don't have any questions for you. Thank you very much. Next.
So am I allowed to respond
No,
to
you are
that?
not. next because I am too angry with you for you to say that. No, you are not, and this is, thank you very much. The next person we're going to have is James Mathis.
Ms. Vice Chair, I would just like to, can I be
Okay, I'm
acknowledged to
sorry.
speak for a
I'm
second?
sorry, because
I would, yeah, I would just not like to end that on that note and say thank you for all the service that you've provided our city for 40-plus years. Thank you for being willing to sit through this, and don't really know what to follow that, but I just don't want it to
Don't know
end
what
with
to
that.
follow that
Thank you
either.
for being up here. Thank you for answering our questions.
I do appreciate
So,
that. I do
thanks.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that's, yeah, that's, Ms. Vice Chair, that's all I had.
Thank you, Alderman Gruen, and he has the right, excuse me, he has the right to express that. No, who did I say? Gruen. Ooh, Dan Gruen was who I got elected with, and he was the 11th ward. Gunther, okay? He has the...
Years ago. I wasn't here 30 years ago.
No, he wasn't here 30 years, only 28. Okay, but he has the right to be different from me, but he can't speak for North St. Louis either, okay?
Nobody's asking him to
He
speak
cannot
for
speak
I
for
wanna
North
speak
St.
for
Louis
myself.
either.
I
Okay?
just think that
No,
if I sat here
he
and
cannot.
listened
Well,
to you-
and again, you're talking over me, and again, you're talking over me.
But this-
Again, you're talking over me. Stop it. Again, you're talking over me. Stop it.
Okay.
Thank you. Good, walk out, you can't talk over me. Okay. The next person is James Matthias. James Mathis? Oh, he was removed? I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Who is the? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay. I'm sorry. On the paper that I have, they still have James Mathis, so I'm sorry. Joe Hodis? I'm sorry. Am I saying your last name correct?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair.
Say your full name so I have it right.
Sure, not a problem. It's Joe Hodis, H-O-D-E-S. I live at 6406 Murdoch, down in the 16th Ward, right by Ted Drew's on Chippewa. Do you want me to just give a brief,
Are you
about myself?
comfortable
and-
doing that?
Please, absolutely.
Please, go ahead.
Sure. So the easiest, so I'm a lifelong city resident. My father's family has been in the city since the 1840s, produced iron for some of Eads gunboats in the Civil War, so a deep, long connection to the city. My dad's also an amateur historian. He published amateur historian. He's got 3 volumes of a 5-volume history of the city. So it was a long childhood of hearing about the glory of St. Louis, past and present. I went to high school, got involved in community service, started the volunteer service program at my high school, worked actually at Sarah and Maffett at the Northside Community Center, there at St. Matt the Apostle Parish, or next to the St. Matthew's, and then also down on in Pius V, working with recent immigrants. I was a Coro Fellow out of college, also got bit by the political bug in college, which is, I'm a Republican. Hard to be a Republican in the city, so found other ways to be involved. Have 7 children, which has taken up most of my time. After the last couple got out of diapers, I went to my wife and said I'd like to get back involved in politics. Became 16th Ward Committee man, chairman of the city's Republican Central Committee. I do occasionally feel like the guy who's running into the burning building when everyone else is running out. But yeah, I wanted to become involved with the Freeholders. I don't think my father's been prouder than when I decided to apply and found out the good news that I made it, or at least have been nominated. I have 7 kids. Like I said, there has been a Hodis or a Helmbacher or a Jolly or a Krings in the city of St. Louis since the 1840s, and not just the St. Louis region, but the city. I want there to be a Hodis here for another 100 and how many years that is. And I'm worried about the path that we're on. I want us to all live in an economically vibrant, wonderful city that has produced where we live now. I don't want to see the symphony go away in our civic institutions and our wonderful, strong neighborhoods. And I feel like, especially coming out of Better Together, what a sort of botch that ended up being, which is a shame because a lot of thought went into it. I would really like to be part of the Freeholders, just to get out, listen to the community, find out what people think, You know, I come into it with some thoughts, but I'm very interested in that listening process, listening to elected leaders like yourselves, those in the county, because quite frankly, the freeholders' writ is beyond yours. You know, we can do things you can't do, and I'm very interested to hear what are things that even our elected officials would like us to try to do across the region to make it a better place. But certainly also listen to the citizens in the city and the county, and hopefully within that year sprint, come up with something beneficial. And I feel like we can't let the time waste just because, you know, we seem to go through these in 20-year cycles, and I mean, how many more sets of decades do we have before the region I mean, my kids, you know, they like to poke fun at Dad for being interested in politics, and Grandpa too, but I was shocked. I hadn't looked at the MSA recently, how far the region has slipped in comparison with other regions. And I'm kind of appalled, and I was really appalled in the Better Together process by how it felt a lot like let's beat up on the city, which I thought was a bunch of bunk. St. Louis County doesn't look all that good, let's be honest. I mean, we as a region are failing, and I think the economic or the political division within the city and county is a big part of it. So that is where I would like to sort of take the first look. But yeah, that's me in a nutshell. Yeah.
I'm sorry, just questioning, what's your field of work?
Oh, in my day job, I work for the National Corn Growers Association. Yeah, please laugh. A city boy from a long line of city people wandering into a cornfield. I haven't managed to wander my way out. Farmers are the best people to work for, and our office is in Chesterfield. It's the national office. We also have an office in D.C. They think I'm hilarious, you know, multi-generational city guy, but they don't hire me to grow corn. They hire me to do politics, not really politics, political advocacy, traditional membership type stuff. Yeah, it's very funny. I get a lot. It's like, wait, where do you live? You live in South St. Louis and you work where? Well,
No, I grew up detasseling corn in Decatur, Illinois.
Oh, that's what you said, Decatur, sure.
I actually do know what that is. So I was just laughing about that.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
I think that's
yes,
great.
that's my
Farmers
day job.
feed us, so I think that's a great job. Okay, Alderman Muhammad.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Unlike the Vice Chair, I don't know what that is. But you stay in the 16th Ward. What's your relationship like with your alderman, Tom Oldenburg?
We're fellow parishioners. I know him. I didn't really consult him in applying, partially because I didn't know what the process was. Also, you know, it's a little silly, but I'm Republican. I'm sort of the opposition. So, you know, I respect him. I want to work with him, certainly on any civic matters, but I honestly didn't talk to him about this before it happened. I've reached out to him since I got appointed. We haven't had a chance to connect.
Okay. Well, the alderman from the 16th just texted me, and these are his words exactly. I don't like him. He has a nice tie, but not a good guy. I'm kidding.
Oh, I was
He
like,
said,
that's good.
he says he likes you. He says he likes you. You hold a bachelor's degree from St. Louis University and a business degree from Washington University in St. Louis. Have you ever lived outside the city of St. Louis?
1 year. My wife was judicial clerk on the East Coast, so we lived in New Haven, Connecticut for a year.
Okay. Same questions I asked the other members who were before you. Do you support some form of a merger?
I do not support, well, a little bit like what Ms. Mason said. If we were to go through this process and the end of it, it appeared to show that some kind of merger of the municipal functions of the city with all or a portion of the county, I would, okay, fine, if that's where the data leads, I would support it. I'm highly dubious of that. I'm also highly dubious of it passing a political vote. I don't really see the county is in the mood to merge. I'm very interested, although I hope I'm not, I don't think I I try to come to it with an open mind. I'm fascinated by the idea of this, something I really honestly haven't thought about until the last 6 months, of the city re-entering the county as an independent municipality. That is interesting. Just from the standpoint, we would then vote for the county executive. You know, you bring in 150,000 voters into the county. They can't run over the county. I mean, interesting, Bill Bidwell just passing away. I mean, did we lose the football Cardinals because the city and the county couldn't get together? We almost lost the Blues. I mean, and those are just huge, high profile. I mean, at the end of the day, sports franchises aren't that important, but how many Fortune 500 companies might have located here if we had been pulling together as a region instead of the city and the county competing? So I'm intrigued by that notion, but I'm honestly approaching it with a very open mind. I also want to know, what would the city lose by no longer being a county? That's the one thing I can't seem to get a straight answer for in the little bit of research I've been able to put into it. But no, and then also areas that You know, as a bit of a political animal, I feel a little better educated on the political side. You know, to your point about education and other merging of city services. I mean, really, the freeholders' only success, I think, was Metropolitan Sewer District, which is a merging of services. So we go through this process, and at the end of the day, someone, whether it's education, public safety, other services, if that's what we produce and we don't even touch politics, I'm perfectly fine with it. But I feel like we're at everyone's talking about this. I would love to come out of this with a success for the region. I'm sorry, I kind of rambled, but.
And what is the biggest issue affecting our regional government? Why do you think it's so fractured?
Well, I think our incentives aren't aligned. You know, why the city competes with the county municipalities compete with one another. It's very hard to see why we should be all pulling together. You know, I feel like there are fights to attract retail development, you know, on this side in Kirkwood instead of in Webster, or you know, between, you know, this county municipality, that county municipality, instead of we should all be working together to attract that next big employer from, you know, so they don't go to Memphis or go to Indianapolis. And that's why, yeah, so that I think is a major issue, is that our incentives aren't aligned. And I'm looking forward, honestly, just to digging in and looking at the structure about, you know, what could we do without dissolving all those municipal lines to bring us into better working relationship together, so we're all pulling in the same direction. And I'm not certain that's my opinion. I'm not certain that is the number one problem or the reason why we're divided. I mean, obviously there are racism, there are a million other horrible things that affect us.
Mm-hmm. And you said you in your application you want to focus on you want to focus on systematic and structural issues. Can you define what you mean by that?
Well, you know, you all are our elected legislative body. The mayor is our executive, the president of the Board of Aldermen, the comptroller have executive functions, the county council has their functions. You all have, I mean, it's very difficult, but you have a lot of power. I don't see the freeholders as coming in and saying, well, you know, the aldermen, they're no good, we can do it better than they can. No, we're given this constitutional power to look at structural issues governing service provision and the way our various municipal and county governments function. I'd like us to sort of confine ourselves to that. Yeah, because again, a lot of the other issues, significant and difficult as they are, that's why we elect you guys. I want to leave your prerogatives to you and really focus the freeholders on things that only they are uniquely equipped to theoretically deal with.
And do you think living in the 16th Ward, probably the most affluent, well, one of the most affluent neighborhoods in the city of St. Louis, especially economically, do you think that you will be able to understand the issues that affect everyday lives for people in North St. Louis?
I will definitely try very hard to, and both because I think that it's the right thing to do, but also because I think we've been fooling ourselves for 50 years or more that, oh, well, whether it's in the county, well, my little postage stamp municipality looks good. I don't need to worry that the whole county or large sections of it maybe don't look so good. Or, well, my neighborhood looks great. North St. Louis, whatever, we'll just write that off. My dad, thankfully he didn't end up going, or I probably wouldn't exist, but he was a Navy guy, got a posting to Annapolis, but didn't end up going. But his favorite line is, the fleet's only as fast as its slowest ship. I mean, we have to move together as a city. And unless we address the whole city's problems, it doesn't matter how great the 16th Ward looks or X Ward looks, we're sunk long term. And look at the city's trajectory. It's despite good people working very hard, it is not a positive one. And I think part of it is we've been able to convince ourselves that we don't all matter. And I think we clearly do.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. Going through your resume, it says that you were the deputy campaign manager for the Citizens for Home Rule.
I was a deputy campaign manager, but yes, yeah. I think there were a few of us that were given a title.
What was that? I'm young. I don't know what that was. What was that?
So it was, so in 2002, and I forget what my title was, so there was the original effort, because the city is, it's not really a county, it's a city with not a county. Anyway, it never had home rule. So unlike other counties that get to a certain size, they're given the automatic ability to alter their county functions. We never have been. Now, we've altered them on and off, but we've had to go to the legislature each time. The idea of the 2002 election was to give the city, and it was a statewide vote, the ability to alter its county functions. And then in 2004, there was a first effort to alter those county functions, and I was involved in both of them. Truthfully, I guess I was paid more in the 2004 campaign insofar as paid at all, but I was a lot more invested in the 2002 one.
Awesome.
Just time and effort.
Yeah, that sounds cool. It also says in 2006, 2007, you were the development manager for Grand Center. Was that at that time? Was that under the leadership of former Mayor Vincent Shamel?
Yes. Yeah, he was the CEO.
What was that like?
I really liked a lot of the things they were doing there. A lot of the stuff I was doing was great. I wrote a few very interesting grants to help revitalize some of the buildings in the neighborhood. Truthfully, I was mostly connected with a lot of the arts fundraising, so even though I wanted to be there more on the economic development side, I was more on the arts fundraising. And it just, I didn't get along super well with my immediate boss, but yeah, and Vince Shamel, I was a choral fellow with his son, so I know Mr. Shamel fairly well in the family. Tim and I are good friends.
Choral fellow in the Choral Leadership Center?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Now it's under focus, but it used to be an independent center.
So you helped raise roughly $2.5 million for the Grand Center district.
I was part of those, the grant writing. We had a development vice president. I was the manager. Yeah, between us, that was part of the. Trying to think what the projects would have been. Give me a second, I can rattle them off. But
that's fine.
That was what we were working on at the time.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Gunther? Not
Thank you.
Gruen.
Thank you.
That's who I got elected with.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. My question is very similar to Alderman from the 21st. I just wanted to know a little bit more about this Deputy Campaign Manager for the Citizens for Home Rule, because it says it's an initiative to reform St. Louis municipal government structure. So you've kind of been through this process already. What sort of outcomes did that home rule thing provide to reform our government structure, and did it ultimately fail, or what kind of happened with that whole process?
Well, I think what I draw on from that wasn't so much the technical execution of the 2004 amendments. What I am bringing more to it is what we did in 2002, where to help people understand, well, quite honestly, with a lot of city residents, you have to explain to them we're our own county. I mean, they know they're not in St. Louis County, but what does that actually mean? And so I created a neighborhood presentation, delivered about 50 of them going around to neighborhood associations, but I'm very much committed to getting out into the community and to, initially it'll be listening, but then if we end up coming up with something, go out and actually explaining it to people. Hey, here's the process we went through. Here are the benefits. Here are the potential costs. Here's the end payoff, why we decided to do it or not do it. So, I mean, that is what I bring from that, is to be very community focused, to initially be tied in from a listening standpoint, and then to directly sell it and be out in the community instead of, just depending on an air war, or, hope you have the right prominent people lined up behind something.
Okay, and what was the outcome of the 2004?
It failed. It was amendments or propositions A, B, C, D. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That was my only question. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Boyd?
Thank you for coming. My first question I wanted to ask was, what changes need to be made to make St. Louis equitable?
That is a huge issue. I would like to, again, being a more, I think through elected offices and things, I would like to see us have a bigger voice in the region, which is, again, why I'm intrigued by the notion of the city reentering the county, because then city voters are voting for the county council and the county executive. I think that we need to do a better job of, I don't understand how regional development happens. I worry that it's very divided, and so instead of working off of a plan that the community comes together and we can all agree on. It sort of is happenstance, who knows whom. And in a city that's already strapped for tax dollars, that hasn't worked out terribly well for us. So I guess I would like to see us come together and understand, okay, this is the state of the city neighborhoods, this is the state of economic development, here is where, we need to incentivize development here, here, and here, because that will, connect two weakened neighborhoods to make them strong. The weakest part of any neighborhood is its edge. And I, look around the map of the city and I feel like we have a lot of disconnected bits of strength that need to be connected. Why aren't we doing that? And I would worry that it's because everyone's thinking of their area, and have we come together to think about the whole community and where that sort of targeted investment needs to happen? That's small stuff. Yeah. Obviously racism is a huge problem. I look at it more, I worry that are we really putting and part of it is, I was joking to somebody about, my wife's from Indianapolis, and I've grown to hate Indianapolis. Please don't put that in the, because this is a podunk town that has just gotten its act together. And I look at it and I say, why is Indianapolis moving forward? And now it's not purely because they merged, but I think they do a better job of selling their city, and we need to do a better job of it.
Okay.
To bring in that investment to raise everyone's, to give more economic development, because I think that to me is the root of a lot of the inequality, is a lack of new economic development.
And so, I see on here on your resume, it said you were a supervisor with the audit division for the Knights of Columbus. So can you kind of explain what policy, service, and research you did, or what came from that?
Oh, that in that sense, that is just the individual insurance policies. My wife had been made a judicial clerk in New Haven, and so we were going to move for a year, and so I needed a job really for a year. We always intended to come back, and so I'm Catholic. I'm a Knight of Columbus. I applied, thinking they'd put me in the, fraternal order or something. I'd be selling the fancy hats or something, but instead they were revitalizing the insurance arm, and they needed someone to basically babysit a division for a year, and it was the audit division, while the audit supervisor was pulled off to do something else. And so I basically sat there, made sure the auditor's workflow went correctly. I would go in and research individual policies, families of policies. Hey, why do I have a loan against my policy? What's going on here? What are the benefits? Who's the beneficiary? That sort of thing. But that's what that was.
Okay, thank you.
It was a fascinating experience, but it was pretty basic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Alderwoman.
That's all, thank you.
Alderman Narayan.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. I guess questioning for me is going to be similar to the previous candidates. Other than which you've alluded to a couple times, the city essentially being a municipality of the county, is there any other form of combined government that you've looked at that you think may make some sense for the region? Not right now, except I would love to look at what are the educational opportunities, what are the other service sharing opportunities. That's the only one that I've sort of done independent look at on the way in. But no, I'd be open to anything. And again, the Metropolitan Sewer District example is a good one. Maybe the direction we need to move in which case I'm perfectly fine with looking at different service sharing options. And so with that, you'd be open to looking at schools, particularly the special school district? Absolutely. And then in regards to our LGBTQ community, again, the city has protections which the county does not have. Would you be committed to ensuring that those protections continue to be in place for our city residents? Yes, absolutely. And then also just to be aware of what are other, how else do our county laws not match up with the St. Louis County's laws? I would want to be looking out for all of those, but certainly for the LGBTQ community. Perfect. Thank you so much. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hodis? Hodis. Okay. The Missouri Constitution says, 30A says that there are several ways that you can reorganize, and one of them is you could put the county into the city. I noticed that you said that the city should go into the county. Why is that?
Oh, I guess because that's a good point. I guess because the status of the city as a city not within a county, that's an interesting question. Are we a county? I mean, I think
County
that.
of St. Louis City.
Okay. I guess just because it has been such an issue of a city not, no, I would have no trouble with recommending that as a possibility. My view has always been a concern that the county of the city is, just the fact that we didn't automatically get home rule, even though we were long past the population, has always made me wonder and worry about the legal status of the county of the city. But no, I wouldn't have any trouble recommending that.
Well, 38 says that we could consolidate the territories and governments of the city and the county into one political subdivision under the municipal government of the city of St. Louis. That's one way. We could do the same thing under the municipal government of the county.
Okay.
A second way goes on to say we can enlarge the present or future limits of the city by annexing territory. Everybody always speaks to putting the city under the county, and nobody ever speaks to how about we put the county under the city. We're the metropolitan area. Nobody says you're from the county of St. Louis. You say, when you talk about the city, you say you're from St. Louis City, whether you live in the county or not. So I just was wondering why.
No, I agree with you completely. What I am sensitive to, and maybe it's being a Republican with a lot of county Republican, friends and colleagues, is I don't think in the current environment that there's a lot of appetite for a merger where county areas come under control of the city. But if we were all to come under one county, to begin with, as independent municipalities, erase that line, which at this point I don't see the positive benefits of the line at the county level. I certainly see it at the municipal level. Well, if we're one county, it's a whole lot easier for the city to then annex. I don't think right now, other than by writ of the freeholders, right now, like for example, unincorporated St. Louis County or a municipality in St. Louis County could be annexed by the city, even if they wanted to, because of the county line, except through the action of the freeholders. Well, if city and county are one county, in the future that could happen, I think. Again, I haven't done an enormous amount of, no, I have no problem bringing the county into the city of the county. We're getting into like one of these comedy routines, like who's on first. Yeah, but anyway, I don't have what's the word? Prejudice towards the county, other than it's always felt like St. Louis County is on slightly firmer legal status. If that's not the case, then great. I'm happy to look at it the other way.
Well, I'm just reading the Constitution,
Sure.
and it says it could go either way. So
Absolutely.
And I was also having questions about you worked for ABCD, which I worked really hard to defeat. And so why did you think those were good ideas?
Well, truthfully, it's been a while since I looked at them. At the time, I liked the idea of making some of those changes to make city government a little more, what I thought at the time was more efficient and more streamlined. I think we're still, Mayor Keel and those reforms in the 20s were looking back at, we're always fighting the last war. They were looking back at Tammany Hall. Centralized power is bad, we should decentralize it. Okay, well, now we're 60, whatever that was, 80 years beyond. Maybe we should move around some of those positions. But truthfully, in all honesty, Alderman, I have not thought about that in a little while. I would be hard-pressed to defend them now, other than under a general thing. I think we should be reforming our city government. And the will of the people was no, fine, let's go on to something else. And honestly, that's one of the reasons why I'm sort of happy that the Municipal League didn't just abandon the freeholders, because a lot of issues got stirred up by Better Together. I think it's great that the freeholders can come in and maybe pull from, okay, well, Better Together wasn't the right answer. What do we actually need? As opposed to, for example, we got home rule, we did ABCD. I'm not aware, has there been any move since then to address any facet of the city's government structure in the 14, 15 years since? I don't think so. Maybe there shouldn't be, but I don't know. I guess I'm showing my bias. I think maybe, little changes aren't a bad thing, but that's really that's all I would say.
So I will answer. We made the police districts larger and larger. That has been a dismal failure to me. I've been here when we first started. We got rid of the local eight districts we had, and we
into
went
the
to the
super
superstations, which
yeah.
we said don't do. Your alderman at that time was Shrewsbury. We were not for it. They did it anyway. Then under Dotson, we even made it smaller. That is not a good thing to me. I know, so you're a true Republican, because Republican thinks you can run government like, I think anyway, like business. And the thing about government for me is that you serve the people, so it cannot be just like a business, okay? It has to be a combination of business and charities, because you're also trying to give service to people. And so you can't just run it as like how I make the most money. But other than that, I'm trying to think of something that we've done to streamline government, and I don't know that that's the answer, okay? I think that being more fair with government, making sure that things that you make a decision about, that you have other people that may not have an idea like you. Your alderman at the time, Shrewsbury, when I got elected, he and I talked a lot, because you guys were the silk stocking of South St. Louis, but my ward was the silk stocking of North St. Louis, and he used to come to my ward and say, you guys talk about the same things that we talk about. He was shocked. And he says, oh, my God. And we would have 250 people come to ward meetings, so we had a lot of participation. So I thought that was good. You got to have a better understanding. I like your comments about that everybody, you can't just have part of a city doing really well. That was my challenge when I was the 20th ward, because all around me, I saw the things that were going on. And I worked 14 hours a day to keep my ward from going that way. So then to punish it and tear it up is just outrageous still to this day. Almost 20 years later, I'm outraged by that, because I want those people who voted to come and take a drive through my community and see what they did and see what you can do when you don't know what the heck you are doing. I can't imagine coming over to the 16th ward, because I used to live in South St. Louis, so before they put the Target, the double-decker Target, I remember when Shrewsbury, I shopped at the Target, I shopped at the Pennies, I lived South St. Louis, I went to the famous bar.
Sure.
In fact, some of my
Southtown.
furniture, my rugs, I still have them. Thanks, okay. So I would never think of tearing up things that are successful. That is just wicked to me, okay? I knew that I could not have a successful 20th ward, and the 4th, the 22nd, and all around me was drowning, okay? I never dreamed in a million thousand years that people would be wicked enough and evil enough that they would take it and tear my community up, and I know you could not imagine that happening to you, and none of the people who did it could imagine it happening to them. So I don't necessarily think streamlining is the best bet. I think that we always can have new ideas. I like that you say, well, we tried that, but that didn't work, and I'm open to other things. I like that you're interested in government. I like that you're a true Republican and that you're not trying to be something else. I think that works for me, okay? I've voted Republican before. In fact, when they redistricted my ward, I helped Jim Talent become the new new senator. They traded a ward for a Senate district. So Carnahan went out because enough blacks supported Talent, because we were outraged about what they were doing. So I did vote for Jim Talent. Didn't the second time, but I did the first time. He was too closely aligned. If you were one of the appointees that was confirmed, what do you see your role as being one of the members? How do you see your role?
Coming out of the nonprofit world, I do a lot of boards and committees, so I hope I would be a voice of let's come up with an equitable process. I have some, I don't say expertise, but certainly a lot of experience in that. I would definitely internally to the board, let's make sure everyone is heard, but at a certain point you got to start move to some kind of a plan of action or a decision. And then outward to the community. Again, that 2002 experience, I love nothing more than going to all those neighborhood association meetings. I just ate it up. And so I would love to see that. And I'm just the few conversations I've had with the other freeholders and other people, I think we will definitely go that route to begin with, or I will certainly urge that we go that route. What does the community have to say? Because, again, coming out of Better Together, that raised up a lot, good and bad. But it really got people thinking, hey, what is the, why are we run the way that we do? What are these issues, big, little, and the fact that just according to the Constitution, the freeholders, it's sort of terrifying how big its writ is. And so I want to tap into that community participation and make sure that we hear from everybody. And again, all across the city and then all across the county. We all have a stake in this. So I would say internally, I hope to be sort of someone who can help keep the process moving, but be respectful of everyone, and then be sure that we listen to people outside. But again, with an eye to, we only got a year, and it's nice that at the end, I mean, one of the things I'm probably going on too long, but one of these things that I think occasionally fails us in the city is we come up with these, in the region, but the city in particular, come up with these blue ribbon panels that, here's this great idea. Well, at the end of the day, it has to be implemented. Well, the great thing of the freeholders, if we actually come up with something, there's a vote by the city and the county. And so that is really appealing to not just be another blue ribbon panel, but to have, okay, folks, you like it, vote it up. You don't like it, vote it down. I don't know if that answers your question.
And so it is your feel, in speaking, so I've talked to North County elected officials. I know most of them. So I've been around for a long time, and I don't get from them that they're going to support this. Is it your feeling on the Republican side that this is something that will have support?
Merger is dead. Other things, sharing services, even the city potentially, some kind of all the municipalities together under one county. I've begun that conversation with someone, and they've gone from looking like they wanted to punch me in the face to sort of by the end nodding, well, I'm going to have to think about that some more. So honestly, I think that, the Better Together failed for a lot of reasons, but I think its main failing was it was just too much. Okay. I think you could find pieces of that plan and pieces of that process. Hey, this is a great idea. This is a great idea. Well, that stinks, and that stinks, and that's, well, I'm not voting for it. Well, everyone, I think, has their pet concern. Okay, what is the best way to advance as many of those, not pet, that sounds bad, but they're things they're passionate about. What is the best way to advance, get us as far as we can towards as many of those goals, but still try to focus it to something achievable in the year that we have to study and write something and put it out there.
So you would be open to, if it's not a merger and it's not consolidating the county and the city to something else?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I do not come to this with any preconceived, that I need some kind of outcome. Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions?
Nothing for me.
You have anything else you need to say?
No, I think I talked enough.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Reverend Earl Nance, Junior, I should say, since I knew Senior. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to all of you.
How are you today?
I'm doing fine.
I also want to tell you that I know Reverend Earl Nance's sister and sister-in-law. No, his sister-in-law lived across the street from me for many years, and his nieces and nephews, and we know each other. His church is in my ward, so
right.
Long-time association. He's been friends with my husband's family for a long time.
Absolutely.
Reverend Nance, if you want to take a few minutes to tell us about yourself.
Sure. Earl E. Nance, Jr., pastor of Greater Mount Carmel Missionary Baptist Church, lifelong Democrat, lifelong city resident. Grew up on the north side, lived the majority of my life on the north side, and glad to be a part of this process to see if I can bring anything to the table.
Anything else you want to tell us about yourself?
Well, I've served on the St. Louis Board of Education, as you know, and served president for 3 years, and was glad to be a part of that service. And I was glad I was asked to be a part of this.
Okay. You leave out a lot. Okay, you're being very kind because there's a lot of things you've done, but all right. If you have nothing else to say, Alderman Muhammad.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. How are you, Reverend Nance?
How you doing, sir?
Your church is on North Euclid, right?
Correct.
What ward? Is it 18th? It's in the first?
It's in the first now.
It's in the first, okay.
Yeah.
It used to be in the 20th, then it went to the 18th. And the
Yeah,
26th,
yeah,
then
and back, yeah.
Describe the neighborhood your church sits in, just for the record.
It's predominantly African-American neighborhood. It is one of the highest voting areas of black voters in the city. It could use a little more development, but
That's what I wanted to get to. It could use more development. Do you believe economic development is spread fairly across the city of St. Louis?
absolutely not.
do you believe that some type of merger or some type of government restructuring is appropriate?
Certainly would like to look at it. I would tell you this, I'm for any form of government that the citizens of St. Louis and citizens of the county would approve.
Did you support Better Together?
No.
Why didn't you support Better
Well,
Together?
I didn't like the idea of the whole state voting for that when that was a matter for our metropolitan area. And I wasn't pleased with the choice of the county executive just being the head of the area without a vote of the citizens.
Thank you, Reverend Nance. And one last question. I don't have many questions for you. Your reputation in the community precedes and speaks for itself.
Thank you.
Do you think that 3 out of 9 members of this special board being African American, do you think that it's equitable?
No, it could be better.
I agree, absolutely. I have no further questions, Madam Chair. Thank you, Reverend Nance, for all you do in our communities.
Thank you, sir.
Alderwoman Boyd.
Hey, Reverend Nance.
How you doing?
Thank you for coming. Do you live in North St. Louis?
I'm in the 26th ward. My alderperson is Shameen Clark Hubbard. I believe that's a part of the Central Corridor.
She's back there. She's back there rooting for you. I'm just letting you know.
Well, good.
And so, the members of your church, the majority of them live in that area?
No, nowadays in the black church, they're spread all around.
Right.
Many of my members live in the county, but they choose to come and worship, still worship in the city and try to do what they can in the city. But I have members from all around the metropolitan area, even as far as St. Charles.
Okay. What role do you see the freeholders playing in regards to the public schools? Because some of your colleagues that were talking earlier had talked about the connection of Clayton District, how it was rated. And that's fine, but at the end of the day, we have a St. Louis public school system that needs to be brought up and rated to that point also. So how would you see that connection being made to help build those city schools?
I'm a strong supporter of St. Louis public schools. I attended public school. I graduated from Sumner High School, went to Couples.
And I did too, but how do you see to build the public school system? And I guess I'm looking at, as a mother that was a single mom that raised 3 kids when they were young, I think the frustration is, and I'm speaking for a lot of the moms in the city, it's not good to get your kid up at 4 o'clock in the morning to send them out to the county. And so I'm just trying to figure out, as far as our public schools, how can we get them, and if you all could play the role to get them on the level of the county schools?
I am for the continued strengthening of the St. Louis public schools. That is a matter to be discussed and debated, but I certainly want the city schools to be on a par with those successful county schools, whether it's Clayton, Ladue, Rockwood, or anywhere else. So whatever we come up with, I will certainly be advocating for the further strength of the St. Louis public schools for those parents and students that elect to stay there.
Okay, thank you.
That's all, I'm sorry. That's okay. Alderman Gunther, you said you don't have any questions, right? Okay. Alderman Narayan?
Thank you. And thank you for joining us today, Reverend.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions on the application that you filled out. You didn't give quite as much information as some of the other candidates, so I just have a few questions for you. You got a master's, it says, can you tell me a little bit about that master's degree?
It's a master's degree in education from Georgia State University.
Great. And then, thank you. And have you had any political advocacy in your past before?
Yeah, well, I'm a lifelong Democrat, so I support Democrats.
Okay. Any specific causes that you've advocated for, or pieces of legislation or anything like that?
I have advocated for the city school children and bond issues and other votes that help the city schools. I voted for causes and for legislation that would help the city and specifically the north side. And my father was a civil rights leader, and so, and I consider myself the same.
Great. And so, as far as a combined government, have you thought about any forms of combined government other than the city entering the county as a municipality, or the two coming together as some co-equal municipality? Is there any other forms of combined government that you've been thinking about or looking at?
No.
Okay. You said that you had previously done quite a bit of advocacy for educational issues.
Yes.
So would you be open to continuing that advocacy as a member of the Board of Freeholders?
Absolutely.
Particularly in relation to the special school districts?
Sure. Absolutely.
And do you currently support the protections that the LGBTQ population have in the city of St. Louis?
Yes, I'm against, on a civil rights standpoint, I'm against any form of discrimination against anybody.
I'm glad to hear that. So you would then, I imagine, continue to advocate that stance as a member of the Board of Freeholders?
Yes.
Well, I have nothing further. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know so much about you, so I'm just going to say, I'm going to make a statement. So under your, when you were the president of the board, we built a new Lexington school over in my ward. It was the first one in North St. Louis in 30 years.
Right.
Took a lot of work. You, Congressman Clay, not Lacey, but Congressman Bill Clay. I'm still enjoying that. That's a neighborhood school. That was part of our plan. We had a master plan for how to keep our community engaged and also to keep people from moving out of it. And that was an integral part to build a neighborhood school, Lexington. So I'm still thankful for that. I really don't have any questions. I know your history and I know who you are. You're in my ward. So don't have any questions at all. I want to thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you.
Right. Mr. Eddie Roth. How you doing?
Well, thank you.
I think, do you still, you keep your title, right, from when you were the police commissioner?
No, I never,
You keep that title. If you want to just give a statement and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm Eddie Roth. I live in the Shaw neighborhood, have spent almost all of my adult life as a resident of the city of St. Louis. I grew up in St. Louis County. I'm a product of public schools in Webster Groves and Lindbergh school districts. I practiced law for a little more than 20 years. I was a newspaper editorial writer, first with the Dayton Daily News. Some guys, when they turn 42, get a sports car. I moved my family to Dayton, Ohio, and took a job with a newspaper. I had a chance to come back to St. Louis and write for my hometown newspaper, and I was an editorial writer at the St. Louis Post-Dispatch for about 3.5 years. St. Louis Mayor Francis Slay asked if I wanted to come work for him in 2011, and I held various positions and got to know most of you, by working here at City Hall. I was Director of Public Safety for a year. I was Director of Operations for a year, and I was Director of Human Services for 2.5 years. Mayor Slay left, I left city government as well, and have been practicing law downtown for the last 2.5 years. I'm married and have 3 adult daughters and live in Ward 8 in the Shaw neighborhood.
I'm so sorry, sir.
That's okay.
Okay. And I also know you, many years of service together, so I wasn't disregarding you. I just know a lot about you already.
No trouble.
Okay. Alderman Muhammad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Roth, for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I like that you have a great, vast experience in the operations of city government. And just looking at the nominees proposed by the mayor, only 2 of you have any type of experience with government operation, you and Abdullah. So I appreciate that, and I think that would be an asset to this board. I have a few questions, though. My first question is, who's a better chief of staff between you and Steve Conway? Don't answer.
I was never chief of staff, so Steve
Just deputy.
wins automatically.
He wins automatically?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Do you support some form of a merger between city and county?
You know, merger means integration of money and functions that are immensely complex. And I think that politically, it probably would be a no sale in both jurisdictions. So, look, we have a year as a Board of Freeholders to make something happen. And that year started with certification on September 23rd, and today is October the 7th. And there's an adage among appellate brief writers, and I used to do a fair amount of appellate work, that 1 good point is better than 5 good points. And I think that one of the challenges of the freeholder process, even with its vast potential authority to develop a plan that goes before voters, is that it's constrained by time. And so we're going to have to, that any Board of Freeholders is going to have to be very thoughtful about what the focus will be and what is attainable. I agree with Mr. Hodis that politically that merger is not likely, would not likely succeed politically. Realize that not only are the freeholders constrained by time, a year, any plan has to be supported by a majority of the freeholders themselves, and then has to win a separate majority in St. Louis County and St. Louis City. I agree with Mr. Hodis that a more likely outcome is one in which the city of St. Louis would re-enter St. Louis County as a municipality. I took Vice Chair Tyus's point that while the Constitution literally provides for the possibility of the reverse, that is to say that the St. Louis County would become part of the broader municipality of the city of St. Louis, I think that that's unlikely too. I do think that re-entry as the 90-something municipality has possibilities, that it would not raise the hackles of St. Louis County voters thinking that they would have to take over our pensions and so forth because our pensions would be separate and all that sort of thing. But I would say that I'm more interested, and I know that that's the big sexy issue. Will St. Louis City will it return to St. Louis County where it stood before the Great Divorce of 1870, whatever it was? And that no doubt will become a subject of conversation among the freeholders, whoever makes it to the next stage. I'm more interested in making things easier for people and leaders and elected officials across lines to work together. We have all of these. If you read the Mapping Decline book, which I think is the single most powerful technical testament to our headlong, multi-generational efforts to separate, to build tall, wide, impassable walls, that is the biggest challenge that we face, is that it's almost impossible to get things done. It's even within our own city to get a capital budget funded so that we can have trash trucks that serve the whole city and fairly and regularly, takes super majorities of voters and so forth. So I would say that my interest is less in kind of the big signal question of should the city return as a municipality in St. Louis County, to the how can we rethink city and county government so that our regular elected officials can more readily work together and have incentives to work together than they do now. And I know that's, you asked me whether I support it or not. I don't know the answer to it. It depends. It depends on what benefits the city gets being a re-entering St. Louis County. I can think of one immediate benefit that would make me say that I tend to support re-entry as a municipality and as a viable political possibility, and that is, I think that the city and county, and I'll be 62 years old on my next birthday. I grew up in St. Louis County. The St. Louis County that I grew up with looked a lot different than the St. Louis County that we have today. And I think that between the city and the county, that we have a durable, or at least the potential for a durable, progressive majority that could make a lot of things happen if St. Louis voters' votes counted towards St. Louis County heft and budget and resources. And if politically St. Louis City became a municipality in St. Louis County, a lot of things that are dear to the progressive and equitable agenda of liberal and fair-minded people would have more of a chance happening than if we were separate.
Thank you for that detailed answer. Did you support Better Together?
Well, I said it was a gutsy move, and there were things that I supported in it and things that I did not support in it. Overall, I'm a person of action, and I felt that inertia in this region was such that in my lifetime, we would never see the kind of breakthrough progress that we would need to move ahead as a community. And what I liked was that it would obliterate the separation that has grown up around all of these municipalities, many of whom are products of people wanting to be separate based on race, people wanting to be separate based on economic differences, and it took my breath away that all of that would be collapsed and we would have a legislative body that would cover the entire region. Now, I know that there were inherent shortcomings to that, and I must say that I didn't get into the details of that before the whole thing disappeared on account of the scandal involving County Executive Stenger. I was not really offended by the 2-year or whatever period of time holdover of, I mean, Sam Page is the county executive of St. Louis County, and I think he's terrific. He wasn't elected to it. I know that he's seeking election to it, but the system provided that when the vacancy was created, that you have, somebody who's not directly elected serve for that purpose. I took the long view of the Better Together movement, and I know that people now struggle to say better together. I think that better together is such a good term, and it's a shame that it's been spoiled in people's language, because we are better together. I just was not as offended by that as some other people were. There were other details that I knew about. Money-wise, I thought abolishing the 1% earnings tax was really stupid and was, just a toot for Mr. Sinkfield and didn't really serve anybody's interest. But I guess what I would say is that if I had been older than 10 years old when Minnie Liddell filed her lawsuit against the St. Louis Board of Education and brought in the suburban school districts, is that I would not have held a regional vote on whether we should be doing better in terms of integrating our schools. I would have gone to a broader authority and one in which I thought I could win, like a federal judge. And if a statewide vote would win us progress as a community above a regional vote, I would have thought about it. I think this freeholder process, and with the durable, progressive majority we seem to have, has potential to make some really good things happen in ways that could win the support, majority support in both the city and the county, and could set in place a system that is more reasonable for our regular elected officials to do their job and to serve the people that they represent. Mayor Slay used to say that our system was developed so that it was doomed to fail. And he could go down a list of things that just don't, where authority is divided among 5 people, there's all these power centers. I think that with the input of people who have to do the daily work of government, this freeholder system could make a difference. We rely too much on blue ribbon panels and trying to hit home runs when we should be shaping the rules and the structure of government in ways so that conscientious elected officials such as yourself have an easier time of enacting things that make sense.
My last question, Mr. Roth. You have worked in several different positions within city government. What was the most rewarding one?
I'd say the most rewarding one was the hardest one, and that was being Director of Human Services. I mean, it was, homeless services were at the center of that, and you felt as though, when we were able to, and everything carried controversy, so it was very, very difficult. But when we were able to open 12th and Park Rec Center as a temporary shelter, it provided an alternative for homeless men while we were working on the next thing. And I know that Biddle House carries its own controversy, but when Biddle House opened, and one of the many things that we did at Biddle House was make sure that the systems that we had in place there, and I mean the physical systems, the quality of the beds, the quality of the kitchen, one of the things was we wanted almost unlimited hot water for showers for these men, because there's almost no place in the city for homeless men to have a shower. And some of the Peter and Paul Community Services people said that some of these men hadn't had a shower like that in 10 years. That was a highlight for me.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Mr. Roth. I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alderman Gunther?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Mr. Roth. So your last thing there really touched on what my questions were, because like everyone here has a specialty, and I have worked with you before on the homeless services issue, and I think that being involved in some of the city's efforts to work on homeless issues, we often point the finger at the county of being like, well, we don't have any collaboration, help, additional resources. So my question is, what do you think that we can bring to the table from your history and your experience to be able to get more funding through the region, more beds through the region, and not just make homeless issue just a city of St. Louis problem, make it so that we can all work, all support our unhoused neighbors. So can you please just...
I think that there's tremendous opportunities, but I think it starts with having empathy for other points of view. just as every community, every municipality doesn't have a hospital, not every community has, you know, a homeless shelter. And I am sympathetic to my neighbors' view that the city of St. Louis bears more than its share of providing for people who are homeless. But on this, the same people will tell you that that's what they like about city living, is that everybody is welcome here, and that they are proud of the response of the city of St. Louis being the leader in our community in terms of hospitality extended to people who are homeless. Part of empathy from and understanding St. Louis County is they don't do as much facility-wise in terms of providing for people, for men and women and families who are homeless, but they are heroic in their funding of transit. And transit, maybe more than any single factor, is what keeps people housed because they can get to work, and people, low-income people who are close to that bottom rung. And so when we say we expend as a city through the federal grants and the Housing Trust Fund $10 to $15 million to provide for housing for people who are homeless, St. Louis County spends $100 million on Metro every year. Now, that doesn't mean that they couldn't and shouldn't be doing more around homelessness, and that if it's framed as a real conversation, you know, that they wouldn't do more. But in talking about the issue, we should be recognizing that our suburban neighbors do a tremendous amount to help keep people housed. You know, Ms. Tyus read from the first two possibilities announced under our Constitution for making things happen. But if you look at the last one, I think it's item 5, it's, or anything else that you can think of that makes a lot of difference. And so you could create a city county-wide district in which the functions of a health department or the functions of a human services department could come together. You could do the same thing with public education. Do you think that suburban districts are ready for open enrollment? I don't know that they are, and I think that that would be a tough sell for any kind of plan that freeholders would have. But they might be open for a city county-wide district that focuses on, say, job readiness, like the county technical schools used to be for across districts. So I think part of this exercise is to not have hardening of the categories and to think about our neighbors. And, you know, when you were a kid, a game that you play was, you know, if you could have just one wish, you know, what would that wish be? Now, the smart kids would say they would wish for 1,000 other wishes. I think that the freeholders should look for solutions that open up the possibility to make other wishes happen. That was a long-winded answer to your homeless question.
Yeah, that was acceptable. Thank you.
All right.
No further questions. Alderman.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderwoman Boyd.
Hello, Mr. Ross.
Hi, Ms. Boyd.
We have had a lot of debates in regards to the homeless.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you had told me about a project city county was trying to do. Then we didn't hear anything else about it.
Well, HUD funded a regional process in which the continuums of care, which is the geographic areas that they recognize for their funding purposes of homeless service for the city of St. Louis, for St. Louis County, for Franklin County, for Madison County, Illinois, and for St. Clair County, Illinois, and for Jefferson County, which is part of a 30-county continuum of care called an outstate continuum of care, could start talking. Oh, St. Charles County was part of that too. And that was right at about the time that I finished up my service. So that got underway, and I think I have not followed it closely since, but there was funding in place for staffing and for people to figure out how to do some things together. And I think
Right.
that was renewed, and so I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
But I'm sure that Irene Augustin, my successor as Director of Human Services, would be able to tell you more about that.
All right, and I was excited about it because of the homeless situation, and I think as being a older person in the North Quarter, our challenge has been, and I heard one of your other colleagues state about the abandoned homes and burned out properties, and a lot of those properties are burned out because of the homeless, because they're trying to find cover for themselves. And so you and I had conversation in regards to how we could, and I was excited when you told me about that collaboration. I was like, okay, now we can start working on the homeless within our individual areas to try to slow it down, if not stop it. And nothing has happened. And so that's kind of frustrating to me because North Quarter, as Alderwoman Tyus says, we have properties, and if you took those properties, and I really had a real estate agent tell me that on one of my properties. He said if you took your property and took it to South St. Louis, you would get 3 times the amount of money that they're offering you over here for it. And so I guess my question to you in regards to the whole real estate dynamics, how can you look at how we can improve that and incorporate that homeless piece in there? Because as we have all these, as everybody knows in this room, we have all these LRA properties that if we could work in partnership with developers to start developing some of these properties to help the homeless, even the veterans, it would slow down some of the burned out properties. Because a lot of properties in our area are historic. And I know in Alderwoman Tyus' ward, she has a lot of historic buildings over there. And we don't want to tear them down, contrary to people's belief. They think we just want to tear everything down. We don't. We want to empower and improve our areas. But it's the problem with the development that we can't get that. So how do you look at the freeholders to make that better for us as a city?
Well, not to get into too long an answer about housing and development, redevelopment of older and abandoned properties, I think the freeholders system, freeholders process is more system oriented and collaboration oriented, and so we already see, independent of the freeholders movement, St. Louis County moving towards creating its own housing trust fund and other progressive actions. And so I think that if the freeholders can develop a system in which the progressive political representatives and constituencies in the city and the county together can combine resources, more things such as you described can happen. I don't have a specific remedy for you, although I would say that while it's understandably an attractive idea to take an abandoned house and say this could be renovated for someone who's homeless, we live in a community where it's still possible to rent apartments and comparatively at a low cost. And so we have a lot of housing opportunities if we can get the right resources and the right services to the right place with people who are homeless without the extraordinary expense of renovating a new property. That doesn't mean that that property should not be renovated, but it means that it's not probably economically advantageous to think of it in terms as a solution for homeless services, but rather more broadly as a rebuilding of communities and providing affordable housing for people who are able to assume home ownership or are employed and have an opportunity through a program such as that to have better housing than they have now.
Thank you.
Alderwoman, have any?
That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Ryan?
Thank you, and thank you for coming out today, Mr. Roth. You're one of the independents that have been nominated. Have you?
Much to the surprise of some people, but yes, I am.
Have you always been an independent?
You know, this is the first time in my adult life where anybody has ever asked me what my political affiliation is, or when I have done something that required me to disclose it. And yes, I've always considered myself an independent. I'm an independent who probably supported every initiative that Reverend Nance talked about during his testimony, but I pursued it as an independent. I supported those initiatives because I thought they had merit. I've supported candidates because I share their policy outlooks. I've moved into a city that is predominantly Democratic, not because it's Democratic, but because its outlook on people's aspirations and the possibilities of community comport with my own sense of those things. And so I've never run for partisan office. I didn't mention in my introduction, but Ms. Tyus had mentioned earlier today, I served on the Board of Police Commissioners. There was no partisan requirement there. It wasn't like, 3 Ds and 2 Rs or, any of that kind of stuff. My father was an independent. He used to talk about how he closed the curtain before he voted, and because we'd ask him, and he eventually would tell us, but I felt like I could be a better citizen by being an independent voice who stood behind leaders who were willing to make needed but maybe less popular decisions, if I could say. I'm not just a partisan guy, I'm an independent who thinks that this person is on the right track.
So you were an independent even when you were working with the Slay administration then?
I was. And I was an editorial writer at the St. Louis Post-Dispatch before that, and their platform provides that you should be a member of no party, and that came very naturally to me, and I moved right from that. And I must say that Mayor Slay, whom I knew as a lawyer, from law practice days, never said, are you a Democrat? And if he would have checked in Ward 8, he would see that I was not a member of the ward organization, had never been to a meeting, and that was not something that was a factor for him, evidently, in hiring me.
Makes sense to me. So you said earlier that you didn't believe that there was the political capital in the city or the county really to look at a merger as a whole. Do you see any particular city services that you believe are ripe for some sort of a merger on the services themselves rather than the two entities?
Well, I think health and human services are both general areas that lend themselves naturally to a broader geographic service area, in part because the professionals who run them are, out of a social work collaborative milieu, and that it would just make sense not to have two separate structures. I must say that we shouldn't, I shouldn't say we because I'm not on the Board of Freeholders yet, but a Board of Freeholders should not put their finger to the wind and only recommend things that are sure to pass. I think that there are things around that are leadership things that should be considered if there's some chance of passing. So, for example, I think the consolidation of municipal courts in St. Louis County in light of all that happened is something that might not win favor among some of the more hardcore separatists in suburban areas, but that having a single unified municipal court system would go a long way toward correcting some of the justice issues that that confront us. So that would be a possibility. I think that policing is a natural, but I think that that would be very difficult to achieve, you know. I think that tax incentives is something that makes sense as a regional kind of thing, so that we don't have what Mr. Hodis, you know, correctly described as one municipality, you know, fighting for a Home Depot to move 20 meters down the street, you know, that type of thing. I think that there are a lot of sensible things that could happen on especially if you frame them in ways that just got started on a level that didn't freak everybody out. You know, like if you had I bring back the education piece, if you had a district, a single city county district that did something that everybody was in favor of, Montessori preschool or job readiness for seniors in high school, but created a structure for if they got a little comfortable, they could do something else, that those would have possibilities. We don't have to figure out. One of the biggest fallacies in government generally, and especially in maybe government in St. Louis, is that people think if you can't do everything, you can't do anything. And I think that that's wrong. I think that you can take some steps and show the way and put in place a system that if there's more appetite and more courage down the road and bringing people together, that things can happen later. And everything does not have to be thought of and moved ahead during this window of 10, 11 months and 2 weeks or whatever we're left with now.
I agree with you. In terms of what government may look like at the end of the freeholders period, have you given any thought to any form of government other than combine, the city entering the county entering the city, or a merged government? Have you anything more radical? I know people had talked about borough systems in the past and things of that nature. Is there anything that hasn't been part of the conversation thus far that is on your mind?
Well, if you want to see a fascinating map, look at the borough map for the 1960 or whatever freeholder system. They renamed about 28% of St. Louis County Ladue, so they gave a promotion to all of these areas apparently as an enticement. I'm just being silly, in bringing that up. No, I mean the short answer is no. I don't have a vision for something radical, but I think that if we can create incentives and do what necessary things for removing these counterproductive boundaries, that's a plus for the area. But I would say this, and I don't discount this at all. The reason I think Rand Corporation came to St. Louis to do a postmortem on the freeholder system from the 50s, and it just shows how many things haven't changed in this community, and that is that it didn't win favor in suburban areas then because of race issues, that people, and economic issues, that more affluent St. Louis County people wanted to keep their communities the way they were, and they voted against it. But it also lost with the black community because the borough system would have destroyed local office holders that had provided sort of a bench for black political leaders to get experience and to move ahead and represent their community. And I'm sympathetic to that point of view. I understand that point of view. And that's something, some people say, we've got all these county level offices, and I agree that some of them don't make sense, but we need to be aware of this idea that the concerns about diluting the political power and involvement of people of color in this community, to think that that's not a factor in this is a mistake.
I can certainly appreciate that. So you alluded just kind of briefly to schools. So you would be open to looking at in the freeholder process, just looking at the schools here and the special school district, what that may look like moving forward.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to look carefully at special school district, because I've heard mixed things just in,
Yeah, so, yeah,
that, I
same.
mean, some people say that St. Louis City has, and not just by funding, if it's not available someplace else, but in its own right, the special school services have become much better and actually competitive with special school district, whereas, and I've just heard this secondhand, but from people who are knowledgeable, that special school district, while historically, a very bright light, has had some bumpy financial times too. So we have to make sure that this process is informed with more than old sentiments and good hearts, but also a lot of facts. But I think one of the facts is, if there's a single fact of life in the St. Louis region politically, it's that people are covetous of their public school districts. And if we're going to do something around schools, I mean, if it were up to me, if I were king, I'd have open enrollment and that would be the end of it. But I'm not king. And I think that there's been talk here about what people bring to this process that could be productive. I think what I bring to the process that could be productive is that I'm able to help people translate ideas into action. And I think the idea with education what can we broadly agree on that doesn't freak everybody out, that can give us some experience in working together as a region on K-12 education that might lead to other things.
I can appreciate that. And then finally, the same question that I've asked everyone else. Are you supportive of the current LGBTQ protections in the city of St. Louis?
Of course, yes.
And would you be an advocate to ensure that in the event that we kind of folded into St. Louis County, that those protections were still in place?
I could see, in light of the political developments in St. Louis County, where civil rights generally and those civil rights in particular could be a signal part of whatever comes out of this Board of Freeholders, that there would be consensus on that, and that would be one of the areas in which, even if not uniformly popular, a Board of Freeholders could show leadership and not just go with things that were guaranteed easy sells. Although I think that would be a pretty easy sell. It's the way that we've moved ahead and developed as a community.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alderman, let's see here. Were you what was your title? You were the welfare. What was your title under the welfare? Is it Commissioner of Welfare or
Well,
Director?
they call it the Human Services.
Oh, okay. Many years ago, it was health something else,
Yes,
right?
it was.
Okay.
It was welfare.
And while you were there, did we at some point close Larry Rice's establishment?
Well, Larry Rice closed his own establishment on June the 1st of 2017, but...
Wait, excuse me, and
okay.
Please explain that. Okay.
The Board of...
Adjustment?
No, with all
Public
the
Service?
directors. The Board of Public Service that sits right in this room. About 2 weeks before I was appointed Director of Human Services, sustained after a public hearing occurring over 6 months and with live testimony taken, ruled on a complaint against New Life Evangelistic Center by neighboring property owners that their property was a nuisance. Mm-hmm. And under the nuisance ordinance, the Board of Public Service sustained the finding of nuisance and gave NLEC 3 options. One option was that it could return to its permitted capacity of 32 beds, under which it had not operated for decades. It could, if it sought to serve more than 32 beds, and I could be wrong about that number, but it was in the low double digits, that it would apply for a new permit that met the standards that are required for shelters, or it could go out of business. And NLEC was given, I think, 120 days to just declare what it was going to do, the Board of Public Service. So that I became Director of Public Service right after, it was in December of 2014. And not knowing what Reverend Rice was going to do, and being aware of the possibility that he might say, okay, city, this is what you want, I'm closing, and winter just being upon us, we opened the shelter at 12th and Park, and it stayed open for the next 18 months while we developed Biddle. Reverend Rice filed a federal lawsuit which was dismissed, and he filed a lawsuit in state court which he did not receive the injunctive relief that he wanted, and with very little notice, in June of 2017, he closed the facility at 14th and Locust.
Okay, so you were not the Director of Public Health when this occurred. You came on after this had occurred. Is that the answer?
I came after the Board of Public Service made its determination, and I was Director of Human Services.
Oh, Human Services,
right,
okay.
for the period of time that followed that until it closed, and I was the director when it closed.
Okay, and is he, to your knowledge, is he opened back up in some kind of form or shape now?
I'm not aware of his reopening a shelter in any form.
Okay. And I guess, so when I first came to St. Louis was 1978. That's when I moved here. And I worked at the downtown library. I'm always kind of concerned about that because at that point when I worked, I was a little young lady that sat at the table and checked people out. There were two people that used the library a lot. It was the gays and the homeless. Reverend Rice was down there then. And I watched downtown put a lot of money into downtown to make it the neighborhood that it is today. And I never understood why we couldn't, and all the people who said they wanted to come down and they wanted to have an urban experience, then came down and wanted it to be Clayton. I never understood that, why we couldn't have worked with Reverend Rice to keep him open and to make sure that he had a means to stay open, because he had been serving a population that a lot of people, imperfect though it may have been, didn't serve. And what I've seen happen since that time is I see a lot of people out in the streets. My church right across the street from me has been burned down because they pushed people into North St. Louis. I know that the 5th Ward Alderwoman was furious about the Biddle House. We did not want Covenant House, which is over next to us. And we see all these people in parks and everything else because they were too dangerous to be downtown, but they're okay to be in all of our neighborhoods. That doesn't make sense to me. So I just really have never understood why, since he was already here, we couldn't have found a way to work out something to help him. We want to reach across boundaries and work with the county, but we didn't want to work with the person that was here all these many years. I found that to be sad.
Well, Reverend Rice was ahead of his time in identifying this issue and doing something about it, and he deserves credit for that. By its nature, people who are service providers and homeless services are collaborative. Collaboration is a two-way street. He's a very difficult person who did things his own way. He did not connect at all with the caring community to make other things happen, and that was problematic. I know he has his people who root for him, and I don't begrudge them their support of him, but my sense, having served for 2.5 years as Director of Homeless Services, and I should tell you that the first thing that I did when I was appointed was go see him and to see if something could be worked on together, and inviting him to join the continuum of care of the city of St. Louis. And he wasn't interested. I mean, that's his prerogative, but I think that he made a lot of his own trouble because of he was not interested in collaboration.
Well, and I think the city wasn't either, because we put police in front of his building so that you couldn't, because I've taken things for years, we donate stuff, so you couldn't donate, and had Dotson out there so you couldn't bring stuff up on certain days. I thought that was ridiculous. I think that that does not speak well to us when we start talking about we only want to collaborate with certain things. So I just found that very difficult to watch. I'm not saying that he's right, but I don't think the city was right either. I think that we handled that really poorly. I'm glad you weren't part of that. I do know about the nuisance process, but I don't think it's fair that what has happened is that you pushed it into parks and everything else. So you solved something for a few people downtown and created another problem, not you personally, but they created other problems. And the people who sit on Board of Public Service or Board of Adjustment don't live in North St. Louis either, so they don't have to put up with it. I own property in Hyde Park. I've been a rehabber for a lot of years. You can't get to Hyde Park now, which is Alderman Bosley's ward, without seeing all the homeless people that gravitate there. The vacant properties that Alderwoman Boyd talked about, they've gravitated there. So we have a real problem with, you've solved a few people's problem and created a much bigger problem. And I know you're not that person anymore, but I just wanted to, that always has galled me that we didn't find a better way to do that, okay?
I think that Freeholders provides an opportunity for us to find a better way.
And so when you say that, just like it's a problem right now, I don't see it getting to be a better problem if we merge with the county or if we try to put something together with the county. One of the things I got to do, I was one of the people that met with Steve Stinger. Hallelujah, because what's there on the tape for me was I went to meet with him about Metrolink. And when I left, he said, "You're the only person who ever came that all you ever talked about was your ward." Okay, that is what I talked about. When I came back here, I tried to get Metrolink started back because it was supposed to be a north-south corridor. And then the former mayor, Slade, tweeted, "She's right," because they did promise me that. I'm the only person sitting here, except for Joe Rody, that they promised us a north-south corridor. So he started talking about taking the money away, and I actually went out and met with him and said, "Hey, Francis and I have our own thing. It wasn't against you. Please don't take our money," because the county does give a lot of money. I don't see the county wanting to give money for homeless if they have it so that we have to take care of it. I don't see that changing. I don't see, when I talk to the people in the county and the people on the county council and just asking them what did they think that their people thought about this merger, even if the city went to the county, they say that their people saying, "I don't want to pick up the city's problems," and they look down on the city, which I get very insulted about, just like I get insulted when people look down on North St. Louis. I get just equally insulted when I hear people in the county who like to come to the city to celebrate all kind of things and then run back out to their comfortable so I don't really hear anybody really saying that this is a great idea. I know the politicians keep pushing that, and I know the municipal league, they push this as an alternative to Better Together, but I think that we are kind of giving in to the county when we say that the only thing that we're really going to consider is that the city somehow might be part of the county, and the county can never consider being part of the city. That gets on my nerves, just me personally as a city resident, okay? I think the city is a great place to live, and we have our problems, most certainly, but I don't think the county and the people who live out there are any better than we are. So I'm sorry that we wouldn't be considering some other forms of merger or working together. Wait, I had a question here, let's see. You talked about getting rid of the black elected officials. That is a very real concern with everybody that I talk to that's a black elected officials. When I got elected in '91, there were 10 countywide, city and countywide offices, and 4 of them were black. That was the comptroller, Vervis Jones, Larry Williams was the treasurer, Freeman Bosley was the circuit clerk, and Boykins was just being put out as the license collector. They removed her when I first got here. Over the time now, they made the circuit clerk the appointed, and it goes to the judges, which is interesting to me because people say how great that is. The judges, they always, the nonpartisan, non-political plan, that is a bunch of bunk. Ever since I got here, every time somebody wants to be a judge, black and white, they have been beating my door down for me to call in my political favors to help them become a judge. So that non-political stuff is a bull. The governor, there's no place I know, so a Republican governor can appoint all our judges. If we were in a Republican place. They would not let a Democratic governor do that. So only in St. Louis and Kansas City, many of our laws come back to the point that St. Louis and Kansas City were majority, even not majority, but had black people and were thought to sympathize with the Union. So they made all these laws. So when people think that it's so great about what we're going to do, the first thing I look at is now we have only 9 elected officials citywide, because one of them is now appointed, and only 3 of them are white. The rest of them are black. That's been a hard fought war. I don't know any way to describe it except for a war. And I've been supportive of most of them because black people can govern. And a lot of the things that have happened in our community did not happen because black people were doing the wrong things. It's because white people were doing the wrong things, okay? I talk about redistricting. That's a wrong thing. Anybody that I tell about that, go, I cannot believe that they did something like that. So when you start doing this, the first thing black people think is that you want to get rid of our political power, okay? And so when we ask about why don't we have more people from North St. Louis, to me, that's an affirmation that you're not accepting that we are part of the city. Much easier way to be is to look at some merging of the city, to me. But I agree with you that's not going to happen, but I don't think it's going to happen at all. I'm not impressed with MSD when we did that either. A lot of problems we're having with MSD. They're destroying and tearing down a lot of buildings in only North St. Louis. I don't know if you know that. They are tearing down these big parts of North St. Louis for runoff basins and things like that because our property values have been so diminished that it's so much easier to do that. So when I met with them, and then I said, well, what are you doing in South St. Louis and downtown like that? We're not doing that because it's too expensive. So you can literally make communities just be obsolete. That's what I saw happen over there off of Jefferson, where we're putting this. But before we did that, we let them run that property value down to nothing, and then we come in and swoop it up with eminent domain. So I'm actually getting ready to meet with a lot of the black elected officials about this very issue of the freeholders. And as I said, I've been here for such a long time. I don't think there are very many black elected officials, city or county, been here before me, so I can reach out and talk to a lot of them. None of them that I've talked to so far are in favor of this. They don't feel like they've been included. The Municipal League turned in the signatures, and most of the people didn't even know that they were collecting the signatures. That doesn't bode well for me for theirs being any kind of success, okay? I think there's going to be a concentrated effort of people opposing this, so that, you know, I do believe there's some things that might be able to be improved, but I always believe that you have, I like President Obama talked about having people on opposite sides actually come and work together and put their differences out there so we can have some kind of compromise, not just push your agenda and then pick somebody that you say represent me, and they're not really representing me and my people and the people who live in North St. Louis, and then they're insisting, yes, I am. No, you're not, okay? So I really wonder if we'll get anything, or if what we get will only be what the county wants. Okay, and not anything that the city wants, and that people are comfortable in thinking that the county is somehow better than the city, and so they're comfortable in acquiescence and saying, well, they know better than us, because it has always been, no one, since I've been in politics, has tried to make it the other way. It has always been put the city back into the county, but the Constitution actually calls for it to be the other way. Nobody even thought of even thinking of that. Why not, you know? Let's even have this conversation and hear what people have to say. So I do respect you being around for a long time, and I believe you care about government. It's interesting that you've never run for any position, and you've been independent, so that's good. Wow. Sometimes I think I'm an independent too, not really a Democrat. I don't think you would be a bad person to be on this board.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
And so if no one else has any objections, I don't have
That's
any.
the nicest thing anybody said about me in this room. And I was here a lot.
No, I think you're passionate. It doesn't have to be the same passion as mine, but it has to be a truthful passion. I think that you're true to your truth, so I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I want to apologize, Mr. Slichter, you're next, and Mr., how do you say your last name? Okay. won't be able to say that right. I'm sorry that you're last, okay? Mr. Slicker, if you would please tell us a little bit about you, please.
Yes, I grew up in a small town, Muscooda, Illinois, not far from Belleville, across the river, and went away to school and came back after college and law school and came to the city of St. Louis, where I've lived ever since for over 40 years. My father was a civil servant for the federal government, worked over here at the Robert Young Federal Building, and that's my history in a nutshell. When I came back to work in East St. Louis by choice as a lawyer, and worked there 15 years as a lawyer, and then started my own practice here downtown, where I have an office continuing today. In my practice, I only represent people, individuals, no companies or insurance companies or anything like that. And I sue large companies. And for my kind of practice, my clients can't afford to take on a big company by paying an hourly rate to a lawyer. They don't have the funds. So what I do is it's an investment in the case and in your client, and you put the time in, you put the expenses up, you take that at risk, and if you win, you get whatever you get for your client, you get part of that. If you lose, it's all down the tubes because your client can't pay. So it's a different kind of lawyering than others. I've never sent a bill to anybody in my life, only if I get results from my clients. So speaking of passion, I guess my passion, if I could describe it apart from my day job, is revitalizing a city and urban core here. You know, we've had, it's depressing to see the statistics of decline, stagnation, job loss, inequity, racial inequity, and other inequity here as we go forward. And so, as an example of what I tried to do something about that, 20 years ago, the city of St. Louis had led the nation in historic rehab using the federal law, revitalizing neighborhoods across the city, including in North City, and also commercial buildings. And it met its demise during the Reagan administration, and I will say I've been a lifelong Democrat also. I've marched for civil rights going back to my student days, and have handled race and gender employment discrimination cases in my career. But it was apparent that when the federal law met its demise, and literally the city, not the region, the city led the nation in historic rehab, I decided to try to do something about that by creating a state historic tax credit if we could do that. So I wrote a bill, got sponsors, just walked the hallways of the legislature in Jeff City, and put together a statewide coalition of people who cared about their communities and historic preservationists, because there were no developers. Everything had come to a halt in the city. There had been a 96% decline in the state of Missouri in historic rehab. And we have this collection of historic neighborhoods and commercial buildings that's our best asset, in my view, for economic development. So we were told, naysayers said you couldn't get it through, and we just walked the hallways, and a lot of people who really cared about their communities participated in that, and we got it through. 4 days after the governor signed the bill, the Chase Hotel, which had been vacant for 9 years in my neighborhood, I live in the 28th Ward, Central West End, couldn't get the numbers to work without an incentive, and 4 days after the law was passed, they signed the financing documents to make it happen. Fast forward 20 years, we have fought for 20 years to keep it against rural legislators who are very opposed, and the city of St. Louis has, and this was by design, it was always my view this would work, has disproportionately benefited to the tune of $4.5 billion in direct economic investment in the city, and a significant amount also beyond that in the county as a result of that law. My wife and I, my wife's been involved in the nonprofit world for her whole career. She's currently on the St. Louis Public Schools Foundation board. And we decided to try to do something based on our experiences as when we were students. And I worked in a African American in a school district as a meal job as a student, and saw the difference that one person can make in the life of a child who is in need of adult caring, especially from single mother homes. So we started Mentor St. Louis, a nonprofit which gives adult mentors to kids, elementary age kids in the St. Louis public schools, beginning with first grade. And that became the largest volunteer program in the St. Louis public schools, and it's now the mentoring arm of the Boys and Girls Club. We consolidated to try to save administrative expenses. And then I've also been involved in other legislative issues, just to give you an indication of my interest. The Rebuilding Communities legislation in Missouri, which I wrote, to try to give incentives to small businesses to locate in distressed communities. The definition of distressed communities in Missouri law, which I also wrote, includes the entire city of St. Louis and many of the inner ring suburbs of St. Louis, as well as rural areas around the state. Because to get something through the state, you've got to have rural support. You just have to have it. And then also, another piece of legislation was the Neighborhood Preservation Act. Again, my goal was revitalizing the city, and that's a law that exists on the books today, which is to create incentives for market rate, for sale, owner-occupied housing in distressed communities, such as the city of St. Louis. A few years ago, I also, looking around, as we see this global economy developing and us not, as a region as well as a city, not keeping up and losing some of these big employers, I decided to try to start a global startup competition for startup businesses that would be either in St. Louis already or come here from other parts of the country. It's called Arch Grants. And it's a nonprofit model. I had to make the case to IRS to make it nonprofit because it wouldn't take any equity. And I made the case about all these statistics that we hate to talk about: unemployment, crime, stagnation, as a region, and said in the urban core here in the city, we're in dire need of this. And IRS granted nonprofit status, and the result has been a great number of companies that have started. They get $50,000. They get free legal and marketing and accounting services. And the entire community has been very much behind it, and it's a credit to the community, city and county, that it's been such a success. 134 startups, all have to be located in the city of St. Louis. And most of them are downtown in T-Rex, startup space. Some are in other parts of the city. So that's a little bit about me in terms of what I guess my interests are and what I'm doing.
We're losing. I'm sorry. This is a long day. This is way too long.
I'm sorry for taking that long.
Alderman Muhammad?
Yes, only have a few hundred questions, that's all.
3 o'clock in the afternoon?
3 o'clock in the afternoon. No, I will keep it short and simple. Do you support some form of a merger?
The answer, I know it sounds like a hedge, it depends. I think we need to do something to address the stagnation of the region as a whole, but I'm very concerned about this sort of idea that's developed that the solution to our problems is the city re-entering the county with Clayton as a seat of government. I don't know that it's possible to even pass in the city and the county. I don't think Clayton should be the seat of government. I think if we're going to have a seat of government for the region, it should be downtown in the city. And I also don't see I haven't heard articulated the benefits to the city. And we have a 88 municipality county, which is now stagnating also. I'm not sure how that solves those problems. So I do think there are areas that could be outside of, and I'm not saying I'm opposed to it if it could help work for the underserved parts of the community, both city and North County in particular. But at the same time, I think there are opportunities because the language is so broad, as Vice Chairman Tyus pointed out. The county could re-enter the city.
Right.
Not politically feasible, but it could happen. But there are other things, such as pooled taxing, county and city, for example. A taxing district for both, where affluent parts of the region, the affluent parts of the county, share either sales taxes or other taxes with the portions of the area that are underserved, North City and parts of North County and other parts of the region. That's an idea. I don't know if that's politically feasible either, but it's something I think should be a dialogue. So what I see as the benefit from this Board of Freeholders process, most of all, is it gives equal footing to the city with the county, 9 from each. For the city to have a voice with the county in saying, here are the problems that need to be addressed, and if we don't address inequality, we're not going to go forward as a region to any appreciable extent, and we're going to continue this downhill slide. I saw it in East St. Louis. I saw what happens in a community, a minority community that loses its tax base, and where all the businesses move out to other areas, and the residents who have choices about where they live move out as well. They couldn't even afford to repair the radios in their police cars. And you reach a certain point where you go downhill. If you lose your tax base, you can't pull yourself out of it. So I think there's a lot of potential, but I also think that there's no magic silver bullet.
Absolutely.
Being so long-winded.
No. Perfect answer. Thank you. Madam Vice Chair, in the consideration of time, I will reserve all questions from her on out.
Okay. Alderman Gunther.
No questions.
Alderman Ryan.
Thank you.
I'll give you a second. We are so sorry. This has been such a long process. I'm really sorry.
It's an important one.
I hope you will all excuse me while I've been shoving food in my face here.
Wasn't going to the game anyway.
I had tickets. I just sent them to my cousin.
So I wanted to first take note of Arch Grants, which I know you founded, which has done great things for the region. So thank you for that. I'll keep it pretty short and sweet and just ask kind of some of the same questions that I've asked other folks. Have you been looking or thinking about any combined government other than a merger of sorts?
Yeah, a lot, because of the fundamental fact that whatever we recommend, if we are confirmed here, has to be approved by voters in the city and county. So that lens of political approval colors everything, or we're wasting our time. So that's why I've said I'm not sure structural city entering a county, if that even were a good policy, is a solution. But yeah, pooled taxing, I think, is something that we should look at. A taxing district that somebody's got to have a burden here. We all have a burden, and part of it would be looking at affluent municipalities with above a certain level of median household income as a municipality, say 120% or something above that, sharing in some pooled taxes with the underserved areas of the region to lessen the inequality. That's one thing. Another thing, police training. 58 police departments in the county, but they're politically, do those people want to give up their police department? Not very likely. But police training, why should that not be city and county together? Why shouldn't police standards be uniform for city and county? That would be another thing I think we could look at. And health department, Mr. Roth mentioned some health department consolidation. I think those are things that could be looked at. I don't know whether there's any solution to the national narrative about the city of St. Louis leading the nation in homicides. Some people say that if we entered the county, that would be reported differently by the FBI, but from what I've inquired preliminarily, that wouldn't change, and that hurts us as a region and as a city. But I think it should be looked at. So those are just some preliminary thoughts.
And then, as far as the schools go, would you be an advocate to for some sort of combination of educational services, particularly special education?
Yeah, I think you start with the fact that school districts, people are going to love their districts and aren't going to vote for a unified district. Again, as Mr. Roth said, if the court, if the federal judge, I forget his name, had at that time ordered region-wide single unified school district, that could have been something, but it's not going to happen politically, in my opinion. So yeah, I think we have to look at lesser things there, and combining the special school district is something that I think could be looked at. I don't really know the facts on how well the special district is performing. I haven't looked into that.
And then lastly, the same question I've asked everyone, are you currently supportive of the LGBTQ protections in the city, and would you be an advocate to ensuring that they were protected, that our LGBTQ population was protected in the event that we became a municipality of St. Louis County?
Well, I would do it in any event, whatever it became. Of course, I've handled gender discrimination, national class actions, and other national civil rights cases, and that commitment would be there.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Alderman. I don't have any questions. The things that you talked about, some of them I was on the ride. You work with Sterling. You guys work together. I know your work. I'm a girl fan, so it's not many people I can say that, but I admire the work you do. I look forward to you being one of the members of the Freeholders. I think that you would be a great addition. So I have no questions. Anybody else has any questions? If not, thank you so much. And I'm sorry that it's taken so long. It should have been broken up.
We appreciate your interest in this as an important issue. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon.
Please say your name. I'm sorry. I'm tired and slap happy at this point.
Daniel Strodowski.
The Z is silent?
Oh, I pronounce it Strodowski. It's hard. It's sorry. It's okay.
Say it again.
Strodowski.
Strodowski. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Say it one more time.
Strodowski.
Can you say that, man? I want to hear you say it. I want to hear you say
Alderman.
it.
Alderman. Call to order. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm sorry that this has taken so long. Really great if all of you ought to come out and sit through all of this. And if you will take a few minutes, please tell us about yourself.
Well, to start off with, I'd like to say thank you for taking your time to do this. This is an important process, and, I do appreciate, you being so thorough about everything. My name is Dan Strodowski, and I've been born and raised in St. Louis. I've lived here my entire life, with the exception of a very brief stint where I went down to New Orleans. I grew up on South Grand, attended school over at First St. Notre Dame Elementary, which is a little Catholic grade school that's now, what did they change it to? Cabrini. And then after high school, I got a full scholarship to study classical vocal performance in New Orleans. And while down there, I, tried to, expand my horizons as much as possible. I released a very brief and terrible country album. I founded a small boarding room for Marines who lived off base because I saw a need and I saw a way to fix it. I had all these friends that were Marines that lived on base, and these were 19, 20-year-old kids who didn't know how to budget a checkbook, didn't know how to pay their rent, didn't know how to pay their water bills, were terrible cooks. A lot of them didn't have cars. And so I had this idea, okay, well, you get off-base housing of like it was ridiculous. It was like $1,200 a month, and that's supposed to cover all your expenses, but you guys don't really need anything else except for, a place to sleep. So I set up a house where they could sleep, have a little own privacy, and I cook them their hot meal at 4 a.m. in the morning, and make sure to ship them all off so that they could get to morning drill, and paid all their bills for them, made sure that they were set, and it was a mutually beneficial relationship that I was able to see a need for and go forward and execute. So after Loyola New Orleans, I came back up to St. Louis and went to law school at SLU, graduated in 2014, and as far as I can tell, I'm the youngest person by far to be nominated to this board in either the city and the county. I was doing a little bit of rough math, and I think that the average age of the applicants is about 50. So just by the math that I did.
Are you saying they
briefly.
all look old?
No. So I would hope that my younger perspective could be of value to this, because at the end of the day, isn't this about the future of St. Louis? And so anyway, back to law school, got a little derailed. So first I did personal injury and criminal defense here in St. Louis. And for the past year and a half-ish, I've been doing family law, so divorces, modifications, adoptions, things like that. I primarily practice in St. Louis City and St. Louis County, and I currently live over on by Shenandoah and Compton, the 7th Ward. It's that little stretch of the 7th, so it's away from the rest of the 7th Ward. It's that little bitty strip on one half of the block that just shoots up out of nowhere, and then there I am in the 7th Ward. So before I applied, I called Jack Coder, who's my alderman, and because I know him pretty well, we've been litigating a very highly contentious case for about 3 years together. So I thought I'd give him a call first, because well, he's in politics, and this is a political issue, so I guess I should give him a call. And so he said, yeah, go for it, sounds good. And I also reached out to Dan Gunther, but we weren't able to touch base because the only two aldermen that I know. And the reason why I wanted to get involved in this board is, well, I saw that the application was out there, and I have a vested interest in this. I've lived here my whole life. This is where my children are going to attend school. Don't have any children yet, but well, that's give it like 8 months. Give it like 8 months.
Oh, okay. Congratulations.
Thank you. This is where I plan to start. I've got a couple businesses that I've got ideas on, and I've taken steps in, and it's where I want to, build my career and build my family. And I don't have the resume that everyone else here has because I'm younger, but I think that my resume does speak for itself, that I've accomplished a fair amount in the time that I've had. And so if you have any questions for me, I've hopefully got some answers.
Alderman Muhammad?
Madam Chair, in the interest of time, I have no questions.
Alderman Gunther?
Well, also in the interest of time, but I do feel like there are a few things. So thanks for being here, Daniel. And I would say I've known you for a little bit, and you've had some interest in city politics. I've seen you at a number of different events, things going on. And what would you take away from the failed Better Together plan, and how you specifically think that you can kind of take some of those ideas, and what would you like to bring to this board, being the youngest guy, the guy that doesn't have the former chief of staff and resume that some of the other people have, but how do you think that you could take pieces and bring it to this board?
Well, one thing that I'm very good at, that that I've noticed is that I'm very good at seeing unintended consequences, and I don't have a problem speaking unintended consequences and making those known. One of which that I haven't seen in any of the papers I've been reading or anything like that is that the city of St. Louis has a natural resource, the same as Miami. Well, I don't know if you know where I'm going with this, but this is just my thoughts. City of St. Louis has a natural resource, the same as Miami has beaches and Oklahoma City's on top of a giant oil well. We have a natural resource in our venue. The venue of the city of St. Louis is unique in the nation. There's no other judicial venue in the United States where you have such a high concentration of plaintiff-friendly jurors. If you take 12 random people out of a St. Louis City phone book, you're not going to get a better likelihood of getting a promising jury. And there are tens of thousands of square foot of high-rent office space in the city of St. Louis that are rented for the sole purpose by firms that come in from Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, LA. They come in here for the sole purpose of being in proximity to that natural resource, that oil well. Well, maybe not oil, maybe that's too on the point, but too close to it. And I'm very wary about any proposed merger or any activity that might jeopardize that golden, beautiful natural resource that we have in the city of St. Louis, and that's something to be protected. You don't go tarring up the beach in Miami. You don't go littering everywhere. Well, you also protect your natural resource that's filling up office spaces all throughout downtown, providing good jobs to St. Louis City residents. So that's my
All right,
2
thank
cents
you.
on that.
All right, no further questions for you, but thank you for being here as well.
Alderman Ryan.
Thank you, and thank you for waiting around, Mr. Stradovsky. I believe that we actually passed each other in the hallway over at SLU Law. I graduated 13.
Oh, that's
I think
right.
you're the class after me.
Yes.
So, hello again. Interesting take on the on the jury pool in St. Louis. I appreciate that. So I noticed in your application that you said, although you are a Republican, your political views are actually much more libertarian.
Yes.
And I know the libertarian ideology is wide.
Very.
What kind of where do you see, coming from the libertarian viewpoint, where do you see areas where we can work together with the county on some combined services?
Well, if I'm understanding this process correctly, we're supposed to be hearing from a wide variety of viewpoints and a wide variety of interests on this, and I haven't heard any yet. I'm not on the board. You guys haven't approved me, and the process hasn't started yet. And so I'm very hesitant to, commit to one position or the other, or one view or the other, until that process has started, because I haven't heard any yet.
I can appreciate that. Do you believe that we should have public schools?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Who else? I mean, there's a limit. I'm not, like an anarchist.
No, I'm only trying to ask because, like I said, the libertarian.
I believe in property value. I believe that in individual property rights, and I believe in individual freedoms. I think that if you're not hurting anyone, you should be free to do what you want to do. So you've asked everybody else about their positions on LGBTQ protections.
Absolutely.
I'm a strong proponent of that because I think that at the end of the day, you should be free to do whatever you want to do as long as you're not hurting anybody. And I think that we've created a nice precedent for the state of Missouri, and I'd hate to see anything challenge that.
I can appreciate that, definitely. So as far as schools go, would you be open to the discussion on possibly combining some of those services, particularly with the special school district?
Well, you know, it's interesting. My brother, he was part of the special school district, and the city of St. Louis didn't have the services that were necessary for him to get the services that he needed. And so he went out to the county, and I kind of this happened before I was really old enough to understand it. But in hearing about it, I kind of think that it was kind of I'm all for more collaboration in that regards, but I think there was kind of a waste that we have the facilities, we have the dedicated staff, and it seemed like an awful lot of money being spent when, if we could rather build up our own infrastructure and build up our own special school district. But at the end of the day, if it serves the children better, then that's really who education's about. It's not about us.
And then, is there any benefit that you see to being the youngest person in consideration here?
I do. I have, in addition to being the youngest, I've also, not been terribly politically involved. And so I feel like I have some fresh eyes coming to this whole process. And I think that I have, very few preconceived notions about how it should play out or what should happen. And also, like I said before, this is about the future of St. Louis, and I would very much think that since I've setting up shop here in St. Louis and for my family and for my career, that I've already started looking at the forward effects of the city and its overall health.
I have nothing further. Thank you so much.
I'm going to say Mr. Dan, because I don't know if I want to, Zdrowski? That's wrong still.
No, that's pretty close. You're very close.
Stradowski.
Ah, much closer.
Okay, Stradowski. Okay, I'm sorry. Nobody gets Tyus right, which I don't get because that's really easy, but they don't know Y and I are the same. So, and I know Narayan had a little problem when he first came on board. We get used to your names as we call them more often. I'm not supposed to ask you how old you are, but you could volunteer. How old are you?
I could volunteer that I'm almost 31.
I'm almost 31. And I was surprised that as a Republican, your views about having, because Republicans tend to not like jurors and people who give out big verdicts in favor of plaintiffs. So that your position on that is the opposite of what I've heard from my other Republican friends.
Well, you don't have to be a Republican or a Democrat to be a champion of the injured.
Okay. And how long have you lived in the 7th Ward?
That's actually a tricky question.
Did you get gerrymandered out of your ward?
Oh, no. So I bought a house about a year and a half. We were living over in the 8th Ward before. Okay. But my wife and I, we bought a house back in January of, oh my goodness, it was January of 2018, and it had been sitting abandoned for about 4 years. And so there was a lot to do on it, and I did most of it myself, as you can. There's certain things you have to hire out, but didn't like new drywalls and all of that, new drainage lines and all that fun stuff, tuck pointing, mason work, and all of that. And it took quite a while to get it ready to be habitable. So we only started living there for sure about 6 months ago.
Okay. And so what do you know about different parts of the city? Have you ever taken a tour of North St. Louis? Do you know anything about the neighborhoods of North St. Louis at all?
Well, my dad grew up in North St. Louis, and I still have family up in Hyde Park. And about 2 years ago, two gentlemen that I'm friends with and professionally acquainted with, we had an idea that we wanted to get involved in a real estate project over on Taylor and MLK. They were from the neighborhood, and these are guys that I've known for a while. And the problem that we ran into in that development is that we couldn't get a loan. And just to be blunt, that's why I was there, to help them get a loan. I had great credit and other things, and we couldn't get funding. We had a great business plan. It was going to be very nice, very classy, very classy. It was going to be like an event hall, but we couldn't get funding, and so we had to abandon it. And so I spent a lot of time at banks trying to look at different ways that we could get something off the ground there, because we had everything lined up. We had deals with the existing property owners. We owned some of the property, they owned some of the property themselves. We had a good business model. We had an architect who drew up, just exquisite plans. But basically what we were told time and time again was that because the appreciated values as far as, as far as the assessed values goes, no bank could justify giving us a loan. And if we wanted to build anything there, it didn't matter if we were putting up our own money, they wouldn't lend us a dime, because they couldn't guarantee that they would get their money back if we were ultimately unsuccessful. And so we ended up abandoning that plan. But I spent quite a bit of time around that area because we were trying to do this, and we ultimately had to abandon the project.
I actually own, my husband and I own property in Hyde Park. If you go to 19th and Malincrot, that's our building there. We bought 5 big buildings and rehabbed it against all odds. And we actually had to have a white face shield, just as much as you were. When we tried to get the project done, they said, no, you little black children cannot do that. And then we sent our white partner in there, and they funded the exact same project. So
I wasn't as successful.
Well, they funded our project, and then our partner died, and we finished the project, and we still have the project. We were House of the Month in '89, and I've been passionate about Hyde Park. I have always drank the Kool-Aid for the former alderman was Bosley, the first Bosley. So I drank that Kool-Aid. So we've been down there since '79. I think it's a beautiful old place, and it was supposed to be the Lafayette Square that it just never did pick up, or the Soulard, but has beautiful
The architecture is amazing.
Yes, exactly. But we have kept our building. But we poured a lot of our own money into it. We could afford to do that. But everybody around us went down, and so I'm very happy to see it coming back up. Now there's some things that happened, but for the fact that we had our own money, we would have lost our building because the banks kept doing balloon payments. And kept refinancing in balloon, and so we just finally financed ourselves, and that's how we were able to do it. And it's a successful building, only that. So I understand. I do like your youth. I think that's wonderful. I think that we should have at least another young person. So I want to know: did somebody ask you to apply, or did you just come up with that idea yourself?
My wife.
Oh, your wife, okay, great. And I like that you actually reached out to your alderperson and even another one, get to know people, see what they think. That's a good idea. So you're politically savvy a little bit more so I think that's a good thing. When I hear you say that you're more like libertarian, why did you think you had to identify as Republican?
Oh, because the Libertarian Party can't, I got to be very careful on my words on that. I align myself more with the Republican Party because I think I share many of their views. I've voted for quite a few Republicans. And as far as the Libertarian Party goes, I think that they're not quite at the space in their development as a party to positively make a difference in the community at this time.
Okay, so what I'm looking at now, we have somebody that's nominated from the 21st, somebody from the 13th. 21st is North St. Louis, the 13th is South St. Louis, the 19th downtown, the part she is downtown, 28th Central West Dean, 16th South St. Louis, 26th, that part that Reverend Earl Nance lives in is the Central West End. The 8th is South St. Louis or the Central Quarter, depending on who's talking about it. The 28th Central Quarter, and the 7th Ward, Central Quarter. So that leaves one person for North St. Louis. Do you think that is a fair representation geographically of people?
No, I do not, but I would like to put a caveat to that.
Sure.
I do not think, you have 9 people here, and I don't think that that is a fair or equitable distribution, but I think that creating a fair and equitable distribution of representation would be very close to impossible. We have almost 10% of St. Louis is of Bosnian descent and of Bosnian Muslims, but we don't have a single Bosnian Muslim up here. While I think that geographically, from what I understand, it's approximately 25 to 30% of the city's population lives on the north side. I think that yes, it is not fair that they don't have more representation, but I do not envy somebody trying to comprise up a equitable and fair board for this project.
So I will tell you, Sam Page out in the county has one person from every district. Very politically smart, okay? It's not real hard at all. They did it before. So I came into politics when it went down in flames back in 89, 90. That's when I was getting into politics. It's pretty easy to get done, okay? Really. And I wasn't just talking about racial components, because I'll say again, if you are white and you live on Maffitt Place or in North St. Louis and you represent me geographically, then you represent me because you are exposed to the same things that I am, okay? When I lived in South St. Louis, I was not exposed to what my in-laws who lived on Northland Place was exposed to when I lived in the Central Quarter. But for 32 years, I've lived in North St. Louis, and so it's not hard at all. It's always interesting that people think it's so hard. And I've never seen it be the opposite, where you have all the people from North St. Louis and 1 or 2 people from downtown or South St. Louis. And I would tell you that nobody would think that was fair, okay? So, and it's hard. It's not hard. People may not have applied because I think a lot of times people don't feel that they're welcome, okay? I don't go downtown to the Arch anymore. For years, my husband and I, we recorded and we went downtown. And as I got on this board and the former alderperson from the 7th made more restrictions and more restrictions and more restrictions. And so we stopped going downtown because we didn't feel like we were welcome. And I was a member of the Board of Aldermen. So sometimes people don't apply for things because they don't feel they're part of it. And the people who are in charge have not done the right job in making sure that people are involved. Whenever I hear people say they can't find qualified people in certain places, I always say then you haven't done your job because they are there, okay? So just like you have South St. Louis people, we have young, the alderman from the 21st is young just like you, younger than you, okay? So there are other people that are young and want to be involved, and there are other people in North St. Louis, black and white, that want to be involved, okay? So just want to tell you it's not that hard at all. But other than that, I like your answers. I appreciate you. And do you have anything else you want to add to what you've said already?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Do you still want the mayor to come?
I think we got an answer. I think we got an answer.
Oh, so you don't need her anymore?
I mean, maybe just clarify.
Okay. Madam Mayor, there's been a request if you would come back and speak to us for a few moments. Thank you. If I could. Okay.
So first of all, thank you all for doing a very thorough job here today. I know we're approaching 6 hours of this hearing, but this is an important opportunity that we have to appoint and confirm these 9 members to the Board of Freeholders. There was a very open and transparent process. I know that each of you know that I sent an email to each of you asking for you to help distribute the possibility for people to apply. And I think, Alderwoman Tyus, that you're correct, that often people don't feel welcome to apply, and you can actually, we had about 130 applications, and not nearly as many from North St. Louis as from Central Corridor and South St. Louis. you all can help with that, and I would just make a little segue here to say I really hope you will help with that and, with regard to boards and commissions. Because while people may not want to apply direct maybe to the mayor's office, but they would apply, more likely to apply through you and through their, through the elected aldermen who represent them. So I would appreciate your help with that. Let's see here. I want to just say, first of all, I'm really proud of this list of nominees, these 9 nominees. I think they are very diverse. There are 3 nominees from what we would normally say, and I'm going to put this in quotes, North Wards, which would be 21, 26, and 19, even though I recognize, as Alderwoman Tyus said, there are north parts of those wards and south, but normally we would think of those as north wards. But there's, of course, there's a risk at saying that. I mean, the 8th ward could be considered central or it could be considered south. I get that, but when I looked at this, I said representatives from 3 normally north wards, 3 normally south wards, that's 13, 16, and 8, and 3 from Central Corridor wards 17 and 28. So there was a real attempt to try to achieve some geographic diversity, to try to achieve racial diversity, 4 African Americans, 5 whites, 1 LGBTQIA representative, to achieve some age diversity. So we have, I notice that Mr. Now I can't do it.
Mr. Z.
Zadrowski, he says he's almost 31. Only when you're 30 do you say I'm almost 31.
Exactly.
So I don't say I'm almost X. If anything, I'm going to roll it back. Anyway, so to achieve some age diversity and experience diversity, I think that you see some diverse experience in this group. Just in terms of what their backgrounds are, what they do for a living, where they live. So I think this is a really strong slate. I understand that St. Louis County got 1 from every county council district, but don't forget there's only 7 of those. So a little easier to do that.
Excuse me, Mr. Elliott, please, could you step outside the room? You're interrupting the mayor. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Kudos to you, Alderwoman Tyus. So at any rate, I think that this is, this diverse group of folks have one really, really important thing in common. And that is that they are all putting the interests of St. Louis City first. I think you heard every one of them care deeply about the city in the big terms, but also about the folks that are where they live around and who they will represent if they are lucky enough to get confirmed to this Board of Freeholders. I guess lastly, I would just say, you know, that I hope that you'll provide these appointees with a favorable recommendation to the full Board of Aldermen so that they will be able to be confirmed and serve on the Board of Freeholders. I appreciate the time that you took here today. If we let this last just another 12 minutes, we'll hit the 6-hour mark. And so thank you. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for taking these nominations seriously, and I know you have done that. And thank you for your comments. I hope you'll send them to the full Board of Aldermen with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Alderman Gunther.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that we were kind of discussing earlier with our legal counsel and your legal counsel, the whole process. So just to clarify, because we now are down to 3 of us here.
I see that.
Yeah, so there's, I guess, there will be a call for another hearing coming up before Friday's full board meeting. But just to clarify with you, what is your interpretation of this whole timeline? Like, looking at the calendar, the 23rd was when it was filed, when it was deemed that we can move forward. We're right now in the 10th business day. Would you feel comfortable saying, like, what is your interpretation of that? Is it a 10 day? Is it 30 days?
So-
When are we past the deadline? How does that
I
work?
think there's a lot of ambiguity
Okay.
around this. Now, I'm not speaking as a lawyer, because you all know I'm not one, but I think there's a lot of ambiguity about this. When I read this, I read the common woman's understanding of what I read in the Constitution, and that was, one thing is crystal clear. I had to appoint within 10 days.
Okay.
I did that.
Exactly.
It's debatable whether you have to approve within 10 days, as I've come to understand.
Okay.
I think it could be read either way, but, that's why we have courts, right? But I was trying to give you absolutely as much time as possible. We all knew this was coming. The signatures have been were turned in over several months. It was just a matter of when did they turn in the last batch, and how long did it take the Board of Elections to confirm those last few signatures, because they were confirming them as the batches came in. So I knew that it was very likely that the petitions would be certified. And so that's why I started, I think it was in early August. I want to say it was the 6th of August, in terms of putting the application out there, sending an email to you all saying, hey, if you know anybody, please have them apply. And I did it so that whatever date this petition was actually certified, I'd be pretty ready to go. It's interesting, I did have a few people after I turned the nominations into you who called and said, oh, I would have wanted to do that. And I was like, okay, well, I had already, so we did this all along. I know for sure I had to turn in the nominations to you within 10 days. And I think beyond that, there's a lot of ambiguity. One of the things that I don't want to risk is that the city might not have 9 folks on the Board of Freeholders. I don't know if that's a real risk. The other thing I didn't want to risk is having any of this overturned before we get started. So out of an abundance of caution, we just got it together. We got the applications in. I met with people. I talked to people, tried to choose a very diverse group of people to send them to you. So.
Okay. And then the other kind of question that we've been kind of milling over how this works, and if you need legal counsel for this as well, that's fine. But discussion as to whether this has to be 9 moving forward or breaking it up into individuals. If we were to, as a committee, break it up into individual members, and some people from the discussions we've had over the last 6 hours here seem to be across the board thumbs up to, but if there were some that maybe possibly didn't make it, would you have the opportunity to reappoint so that, as you just stated, that we won't go through without having 9 members? Is there an opportunity within this process that if some people don't get approved, that you would be able to go back into that pool and bring new people to the table, or do you know how would that work?
We've obviously talked about this too, and I'll let City Councilor address it if you'd like. I think it's ambiguous. There's
Okay.
just a lot of ambiguity about this. So
Well, I'm not a lawyer either, so.
So anyway,
we'll leave it
if
up
you'd
to the
like
lawyers.
yeah,
So,
I leave it up to your call, Madam Chairman.
yeah. Okay, those were my 2 questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you,
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
It's not my call right now, because he has the floor. Okay.
No further questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Turn it over.
Alderman Narayan?
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Mayor. If you feel comfortable answering, and you certainly, I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Really?
Do you have alternates picked out, ready to go in the event that this committee does not advance?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. I mean, I do have 130 applications, and this is 9 of them. So But no, I don't have anyone picked out. I was really thoughtful about putting this group together, and so I'm hoping you'll approve all of them.
In the event that one was not approved, one or more was not approved, do you have any idea on a timeline out of your office on how long it would take to get, for lack of better words, an alternate?
I don't, but I've taken this whole process very seriously and would move expeditiously if that's even an allowed process.
Yeah.
Which is not clear.
It seems like the lawyers on both sides are going like, we
Yeah.
need more
Well, this
case law on
doesn't,
this.
I believe there have been 5 Board of Freeholders since about 1898, I think was the first one. I'm going on memory here. So there's not a lot, this doesn't happen every day, so. I mean,
Well,
I'm always going to move as expeditiously as possible
hopefully it's a non-issue, but.
and hope that it's legal.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, Mayor, and I have nothing further.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We don't have a quorum, but, so we cannot even vote if we wanted to, okay? So what I intend to do is call the meeting for 9 o'clock. People spent here, everybody who wanted to hear has had a chance to hear everybody. So I will not even adjourn the meeting. I will just continue the meeting till 9 o'clock Friday. So we will have a quorum, whoever's already, and so we'll have the vote at that time, okay? So, because we can't do it now. I will say to some of the questions, we as members of the board always have a right to divide the question. Each of these people stand on their own merit, so we do not have to do them as a group. We will vote on them individually. I think the only person that probably was here when the last time we did this is the city councilor. Mr. Bush, were you here when Father Reinert sued the city and we had to get rid of the residency requirement? Were you at the city councilor's office
Property
then?
owner.
Yes, I'm sorry, property owners. But you were here? Okay, you were in the city councilors? Right. I was just getting ready to get into politics, so I followed that kind of closely. But I thank you for everyone that have showed up. I want to apologize to you, Ms. Mason. I get very passionate about what I do sometimes. So the alderman from the 9th was correct in saying I should have thanked you for your services. I disagree with your position. And so sometimes I get a little too passionate. I want to apologize in the same way that I said things to you. So I just disagree with you, okay? I don't think that you can represent me the same, but I appreciate your spending your time here and your passion that you have and wanting to serve city government, okay? So I want to apologize publicly for losing my temper somewhat, okay? And I hope you will accept my apology. Now, if you know your husband, I've been long-term friends for a long time. I don't want us to be enemies. I'm just apologizing, and unless you want to come up here, and we can talk afterwards, okay? All right. So at this time, we will just, what is the word? I don't want to.
A motion to continue?
We will continue, thank you. We will continue this meeting to Friday morning at 9 a.m., okay? And that's when we will take the vote. We don't,
Chairman,
we
thank
don't
you
really
all.
need anything else from anybody, although I'm still going to send you a couple of people that I think will make, I think you even know them, that will make good people to be on this board.